Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV for opening call. And yes, you are at the right place at the right time. And I'll say this every day. Yes, you are at the right place at the right time. Got an exciting and educational programming for you today. And throughout this week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even those Wizard of Odd characters yesterday who graced the screen on Topstep TV. Now, my question is, who was Dorothy? Let us know. Get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge. And I've got a good friend, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland.
Good morning, Eddie.
Morning, Johnny.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening call. I can't believe it's November 1st already.
Yes.
There's 2 months left in this year. It's just flying by, but I guess time flies when you're having a good time, right, Eddie?
You know what? That's what they say. And I tell you, yes, you are correct.
Wondering if people found yesterday's mask scarier than today's mask on me.
John, you're a handsome fellow. Okay. Get used to it.
Well, I put my regular teeth on today, so we should be better off.
Well, we've got a special day today. Today is Fed Day. Fed. So all eyes are on the Federal Reserve interest rates announcement today. Investors expecting the central bank to keep those costs steady. Now, comments from our Grateful Dead fan, Jerome Powell, will be in the spotlight following the decision that the market attempts to gauge where officials are seeing the policy heading into the future. So let's not also forget AMD at Advanced Micro Device has its projections for its AI optimized chip. The markets today, turn on my charts, and it seems like somebody put a hot coal under some of these markets. They were down earlier, but we can see that they're on the bull right now. Some of these markets kicking in a little bit, extended hours. Also, trading in Advanced Micro Device shares were volatile after the chip designer announced smaller than anticipated fourth quarter revenues. So estimates, but projected 2024 sales for the first time. So AMD, right now they're expecting the revenue around 6.1 billion. And I like this, plus or minus 300 million, give or take. So disappointing expectations cited by Reuters. Adjusted gross margins were seen at 51.5%. That was below the forecast of 52.1%. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants?
Well, what's 300 million among friends, right?
Give or take 300 million, whatever.
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, as usual on Wednesday, the mortgage rates came out. Applications were down 2.1%. That's after losing 1% last week. The rate, however, mortgage rates actually fell just slightly. Last week were 7.9%, and this week's number comes out at 7.86%. So not a big change there. At 7:15, the ADP employment report came out. That's what's kind of lit a fire under some of these markets prior to the open. The non-farm payroll report, according to the ADP, last month was 89,000. They were looking for an additional 150,000 jobs added. Came out 113,000. So a little bit of a miss, so higher than last month's, but bad news seems to be good news when it comes to these markets. Right. Everything, of course, is focusing on the Treasury, which, by the way, 7:30 this morning, the Treasury refunding announcement came out. They're going to boost the size of some of the refunding and some of the auction sizes moving forward. Just a little bit of information on that. 8:45 PMI manufacturing final numbers come out. 9 o'clock ISM manufacturing index comes out, as well as construction spending and job opens and labor turnover survey. 9:30, the EIA petroleum status report as usual. 1 p.m., the FOMC announcement. And then, of course, 1:30, the Fed chair, Powell, will be doing his chair presser. As far as earnings this morning, Toyota, CVS, and Humana all beating all expectations after the close. Qualcomm, Airbnb, Aflac, and MetLife due out after the close. It's a long list, smaller companies, but long list. Everybody probably still, as far as earnings are concerned, focus on Apple tomorrow after the close. The VIX this morning down a little bit at $17.9 index, a little bit higher, 106.8. The yield on the 10-year largely the same as yesterday at this time, 4.87%. I want to just say one thing, Eddie. I want to thank our back-end people, Jack, JD, James, for the fantastic job they do every day. Thank you very much. As for everybody, make sure you continue to pray for peace, and we'll get into the trading day today. What else you got, Eddie?
You know what? Crude. Somebody put that hot coal under that ass. Crude tagging the 83s here right now. Now, earlier it was moving higher, but right now we do see a nice move here. Watching for, you mentioned EIA today. Yesterday, the API, American Petroleum Institute, indicated oil inventories rose 1.3 million barrels last week. Slightly less than expected, but as you can see, crude is moving north. So we'll keep an eye on that. John, yesterday was trick-or-treaters. I got a quick story here real quick. Last year, me and the wife, we pack a little bag together with a bunch of cool stuff in there. Last year, one of the kids down the block, and I see the kids here regularly, he actually came the day after and asked if we had any more left. So we did, and we gave it to him. Last night, I recognized him, and I go, hey, why don't you come back tomorrow, and I'll give you what we have left. And he was so happy about it, he didn't have to ask. So he's going to be knocking on my door when he gets out after school, and I got a bag of stuff for him. So,
oh my goodness,
we don't want it.
It's good. You don't want that hanging around the house. I know I certainly don't. That's kind of what I had for dinner last night. So hopefully that's the end of that.
Candy.
But that's the one kid that is going to actually listen to you when you yell at him to stay off your lawn.
He stay up. Well, I think he's like watching my house. He's my little bodyguard. So
there you go.
My house guard, I should say. But anyway, let's kick it over to the charts and let's see what the Hoag man has for us today.
All right. As always, starting with the daily chart in the S&Ps. So it's going to be, I fear, well, maybe not so much after those numbers, the non-farm ADP numbers came out. One of those days we're going to try and hurry up and wait today. We know we've got the FOMC meeting. We're not expecting anything unusual to happen, but one never knows. As we always say in trading ACH, anything can happen. So yes. We've got 2 up days off of a low. Where we've been kind of cutting off volume a little bit. Volume has been coming off, which doesn't really scare me on up days, except for the fact that we're in a downtrend. Up days in a downtrend are indications of pullbacks more than any major changes in the market state or in the market context. Yesterday we added 700 in open interest. The day before, what did we do? We lost 5,400 in open interest. So in an opposite move, lower volume, reduced. Wonder how long this pullback is going to last. It's almost as though this market is setting up a bear flag. We're going to see that on the 30-minute chart here very shortly. Now, this morning when I sat down, we had an inside day. In other words, the range from last night was inside the extended trading hour range from yesterday, which that has now changed with the advent of this new information. Moving on to the 30-minute chart. So a little bit further out, we know we're in a downtrend. We've been seeing 1, 2 up days, lower volume, lower open interest on what day was this? Monday, Tuesday, inert open interest. The market continuing to push higher. We've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on the upper trend line here. We've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on the lower end of this channel, or as we like to call them, at least in crude oil, the Danels. Dan likes to trade these channels. So we are in that channel, and this could end up, if we break out to the downside below, becoming what we call a bear flag, an opposite move, smaller ranges, lower volume, lowering open interest, and an opposite move from the bigger picture, which seems to be what we're setting up here. So what do we have as far as overnight inventory? We were looking a little bit lower. Maybe we're looking a little bit long. I'm not going to probably be depending on overnight inventory too much for early opportunities this morning. Looks like we're going to be opening in range without a gap from yesterday. That could change between now and then. And if that's the case, it'll probably sit me back in my seat a little bit further to try and be a little bit more patient, looking for opportunities, better opportunities as the day goes on, as we tend to say, when we open in range and in value, better trade locations are more likely to come as the day goes on. So we did, look above the range from yesterday in regular trading hours, showing a little bit of a sign of rejection of that. No overnight inventory. Again, that's going to make me feel like I need to stay a little bit patient. Now, yesterday, we ended up with a double distribution trend day. In other words, there was a distribution of time and volume here. The market price left that and then started to accumulate time and volume above. We have a weak high. We have a weak low. There's a little bit of excess on the low yesterday, but an unfinished upside auction on the top of the range from yesterday. This market is doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's seeking new information, and it's likely to get a lot of that today. So with an unfinished downside auction yesterday, an unfinished upside auction today, a double distribution, if we fall between this area of volume and this area of volume, we could very easily turn into a repair day until the FOMC numbers come out, which puts us basically down to this trend line and basically up to where settlement is. This could end up ranging for the better part of the day until we get some new information. So, a lot of it depends. I mean, if we open below and stay below settlement, I'll look for a repair down to an assumed point of control down here, which takes us down to this trend line approximately. And if we open above it and we hold above it, then we may look for an opportunity to see this trend line or even points higher, as in the weekly kickoff high up here at 42.35. Breaking out below this at any point and finding meaningful participation has us really targeting last week's low. And it's a bold statement. Again, these are contextual ideas. These are hypotheses, and we're going to have to wait and see how things play out and see if we can trade what we see and have the opportunity to profit from any of these moves that very well might happen. How you doing, Eddie? You doing all right?
I'm doing pretty good. Just sort of watching what you're doing here and following along. And make sure you write down these levels and watch these levels. And today, there's going to be a lot of opportunity, I firmly believe.
Yeah, and I'm going to try and remember to call out the levels and instead of saying up here and down here. And
right,
I'm going to do better at that. And I'm certainly working on that. So, let's see here.
Taking a look at NASDAQ daily.
Yep, NASDAQ daily. Again, I'm looking at hurry up and wait. We know that there's a lot of data coming out today and a lot coming out tomorrow and a lot on Friday. I mean, we got unemployment on Friday, Apple tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot coming at us. So just remember, it's very difficult, I think, for traders to remember that we can't assume and digest all of the information coming at us all at once. Sometimes you got to just sit back, wait, and look for the right opportunities to come to you instead of going looking for those opportunities. So again, hurry up and wait. 2 up days, 3 up days now in the NASDAQ on lower volume. Each day had a little bit lower volume, but we did increase open interest on the push to the upside yesterday of about 3,900. So the upside auctions, which have been more healthy in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps, is still presenting that way. We did bring in new business to the upside in the NASDAQ. Looking like we've finally extended our range from yesterday. So we're already overlapping to higher as far as range is concerned. What about the 30-minute chart? Do we have that same bear flag figure? Well, 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, now 4 points of contact on the upper trend line of a potential bear flag. We've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on the lower. It's more of a rising triangle than a true channel. But, looking at the overnight inventory, do we have any? I'm not going to be depending on overnight inventory for any early opportunities. Look at where we are here. This trend line, we've got 1, 2, 3, now 4 points of contact up against that trend line. There may be opportunity here. And again, if we open inside range and certainly inside value, then we can sit back, relax, and wait for the day to kind of play out a little bit. But if we open with a gap, that's going to open us above this trend line, which could incite some sort of reaction from longer time frame speculators as well as longer time frame traders who, we believe for the last few sessions have really been just trying to even out position, get out of positions, hedge, whatever they're going to do, waiting for the information coming out today and for the rest of the week. So, a hold, an open above this level might be inciting new information, new business, and we have to keep an eye on that. Of course, we'll be watching this during fast markets. So NASDAQ offering possibly a more interesting early opportunity here than the S&Ps. The profile yesterday was not a double distribution trend day. It was a normal variation neutral day. And when we have a normal variation neutral day, the market did a good job of area and may go seeking new levels with which to facilitate trade. So interesting things going on in the NASDAQ, slightly more interesting than the S&Ps. It's going to be an interesting morning, I think, this morning. And I'm going to do my best to do what I say, to do what I'm saying now. And that's to hurry up and wait. But if the market offers opportunities, we have to be ready to act. So I'm going to I don't know. We'll see how it opens.
Do something, please, would you?
Right. So crude, we had a really good test of the weekly kickoff low yesterday, a test of the weekly kickoff low last night. And we added 1,200 only on this push down to that weekly kickoff low. I think we've probably trapped a few shorts down there. Volume was actually lower and an increase in open interest at an important inflection level. We've probably seen some shorter time frame traders trapped, and they're getting hurt right now as we speak. This morning we've got an inside extended trading hour range, but the market really trying to push to the upside. As Eddie mentioned, we got crude looking towards an upside move. Well, we had a channel here, as we like to call them, Danels, in honor of our good friend Dan, our crude trader. 1, 2, 3 points of contact on the lower end, 1, 2 points of contact on the upper, but breaking out of a channel like this offers opportunity. When we're in a channel, when we're in a range, when we're in a bear or bull flag, the plays are you fade the extremes against the trend lines, and then finding acceptance above or below that channel, you go with it. So what this is telling us is we're looking for this market to continue a push to the upside. We've opened outside of the channel or the Danel. That's marking acceptance of potential higher pricing. I'm looking for opportunities for longs unless something seriously changes here.
Hey, John, real quick. What is a channel?
A channel. Okay. Well, a channel is, you could say like a bull flag or a bear flag puts the market into a channel. You have 1, 2, 3 points of contact on the low end here.
Okay.
So that would kind of put us in this would put the bottom of a channel in down here. Up here we have 1, maybe 2, 3 points of contact here that puts in the upper extreme of the channel.
Okay.
And those are, when the market is putting up higher lows or lower highs and lower lows relatively consistently. So when we're in a channel, it's almost like a moving balance area, right? It's kind of in balance, but it's moving in a particular direction, and breaking out of that channel can mark a change in market state. Okay.
Cool. Thank you, sir. Let's move on to gold now.
It's even better. Like, I mean, if you look at the S&Ps here,
yeah,
I mean, this has 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. This, my friends, is a good channel because they're relatively parallel. The lines,
pretty much.
It looks like we're going to be opening higher with a gap. This is going to be an interesting morning.
Yeah.
Probably might force me into doing something earlier rather than later, but let's take a look at gold here.
Gold. I tell you, gold traded all the way down to 83.80. I got caught with my pants down. Recovered. I was down on the day $27. So I like I said, I stopped. I traded after we shut the program down, but I mean, gosh, we were just at over $2,000.
Right.
This market has really given us some opportunity.
Well, yeah, and I think there's more opportunity to come. So this week so far, the weekly kickoff high has proven. Had a pretty good look at it within a couple of bucks of it yesterday before we turned around. Well, what are we doing? We got lower volume here, a little bit higher volume here, but we lost 4,100 in open interest. So this is more like long liquidation than new selling. Long liquidation takes selling power away from the marketplace. So is this kind of almost looking like a bull flag? Maybe on the daily chart, but not so much on the 30-minute chart. We'll take a look at that. Look at the indecision that we're seeing up here. A lot of long shadows, short bodies, overlapping, a lot of price bar overlap, but no real direction up here. We took a look Friday, we took a look Monday, we took a look on Tuesday. We haven't been able to sustain anything above this weekly kickoff high level, but we haven't broken either. We've been really just kind of waiting for new information. Of course, you got to keep an eye on the dollar and all of that stuff. But when you're trading a market, focus on the information that the market is giving you. And this market is range bound. Take a look at the 30. So we're thinking, could this be a bull flag? What could this be? No, not really. I mean, we've got pretty even highs here. We've got pretty even lows here. Our overnight wasn't able to maintain price below that level. So I'm viewing this as more of a market that is in balance and seeking new information than anything directional. The market has opened. It opened below value. As Deeyana tells us, the market opens below value. That low value area low right here, let's just call it 2,000, could end up being resistance. If we end up kind of reaccepting, that could bring us a move to the upper area of the current area of balance. So overnight inventory, no, we don't really have anything to speak of for overnight inventory. We've got a big late move here on Monday. We've got down move on Tuesday. Today, we're still in that range, and I'm going to focus on these extremes. Monday's low, yesterday's low. Monday's high, yesterday's high. Actually, this is Friday. Monday was nothing. Monday was all repair. We looked up, we looked down. We're going to be focusing on those extremes and being very, very patient, I think, this morning, looking for opportunities in gold. If there is one place that I would look for an execution, it would be the value area low here.
Level?
The 2,000, right?
Okay, right.
And then look what else we have there. We have the 200 session and the 100 session right at that level as well. We have unrelated tools giving us that same level, and that can be a powerful opportunity for us. So my levels today that I'm going to focus on are yesterday's high and low and 2,000. It's kind of funny that all lines up so nicely
pretty
at these moving averages and the value area low and that big fat round number. Interesting stuff.
Very, very interesting. Well, hey, thank you, John. Funny. And just a little heads up here. We got a great schedule here today. We've got coming up here for fast markets. We've got Michael Patak. Today's Wednesday. We've got Deeyana, and I've got my my crude oil, my Market Stalkers cup ready to go.
Nice.
Coffee tastes so much better in this cup. I don't know.
Oh, I got to get one of those. Did you order it?
Yeah.
Did you order me one?
We'll ask her about the website. Oh, she's got a bunch of cool stuff there. So we're going to have Deeyana with us. And so now it's going to be the team, what is it, long distance relationship versus a shy city. Tri-City locals.
There it is.
And we'll see if we can get those competition going on here. But also, we've got Mick back with Shoulder Tap. We got Mr. Tendler. You and Mr. Tendler, 11 o'clock power players.
Yes. So you have not watched Jared Tendler. You have to be there. You have to be there today. His book and just having him here is a gift for everybody. And so make sure you take advantage of it.
Right. Put that on your bucket list. And also we got a top quiz, Jack and Bonnie. And we got you for group coaching.
Group coaching. Yeah. We're going to just take questions and see where we end up.
AMA. All right. So let's all fly right.
So let's all straighten up and fly right.
And we'll be right back with Fast Market.
All right, here we go.
Hey, Hoag, Andre, the 100 lot was just in there. I got long in front of him, but now I just covered right before. So you got long 24 evens, 14, 5, 24s, 100 lot. Got filled.
I'm short crude oil, 83.22, but I was in a bit of a hole of minus 660. So that's
And
now
I'm
coming up
looking
to almost
at-
scratch.
I'm looking at a possible opening range trade today because we opened above yesterday's range. Let's see what the opening range is. Almost 3 points so far here today. I was going to be just kind of, sit on my hands and be patient today, but the market has offered an opportunity out of balance. So we'll see what happens here.
Tell me about that Alabama balance.
Tell me about Alabama.
You like that one, Deeyana? Like starting off with country terms out of the gate.
That is great.
So I'm trying to see if I can't get a squeeze in here short at 19.5. Not filled yet. Missed the low of the opening range.
Hey,
Breathe, breathe.
Yeah. Andre, what are you seeing? Anything? Shy City local teammate?
Just waiting. Tilted 50, around 50-50 right now. We are coming off the highs. I'm just waiting right now. See how this plays out.
Yeah, same. Yeah, short 73s though. 73%.
73%. Yeah, I believe it.
Yes.
They're getting just late to the party here.
Yeah. 71s.
Let it fall through. Maybe pull.
Look for a pullback here.
I just got long 20s, 20 evens, 3 lots. So we'll see how this baby rolls.
Evens, NASDAQ. Let's put the NASDAQ chart up here. That's how I missed the opening range. So NASDAQ, we've got a kind of a bear flag forming here. We broke out above the top trend line, which is 1, 2, 3 points. So you may find a little bit of support here down here at the low, which is what are around 14,517.
Andre, I covered that one up 800.
Nice.
Wow. All right. Shy City Locals taking the lead here this morning.
Nice work.
Good.
All right, so we're in now. I'm not really liking this anymore because we weren't really able to get back to yesterday's range. But as long as the opening range remains the high of the session, we're going to stick with this. I'm going to put my stop here at 24.50. If it'll let me.
We need to get some Topstep X ladders, John. That ladder's too hard to read. Topstep.
Congratulations, Nathan, passing the 50K combine. Good job.
Nice, Nathan.
Last one.
Well done.
Nathan Miller.
Yeah. All right, so Deeyana, do you like our team name, Long Distance Relationship?
Yes, I think it's pretty apt description.
Right?
Well, Deeyana, now you got to tell your husband you are in a long distance
I
relationship.
told him last night, and he was like, "Okay then."
Yeah, I did, Shadow. Let's do it. Guys, I made money yesterday, $1,600. I am not. I share the screenshot, James, just so I don't get anybody saying I'm a liar. How come every time you get off, you make money? And regulatory speaking, if they're always watching, you're like, dude, this is live trading.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share my trades. If you want my statements, you can have my statements.
Making some money today, Patrick Whelan, 47.80 put me on the board.
Damn, Wheeler, he's going to pay out of 60
Wheeler.
grand.
He's on a roll.
Is he coming on Thursday?
Yeah. We're going to talk shit to each other the whole time.
That's good.
Well, here is our team trading scoreboard. Shy City Locals up 1245, and the long distance, good old LDR, up 1,696.
Boom. You guys know what Shy City Locals? Deeyana, you know what a local means?
Yeah, market makers. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and you trade your own money in the trading pit as a local. So basically, if anybody here had a personal brokerage account and was a floor trader with a seat on the floor, and put their jacket on and went down in there, you are considered not a trader. You're considered a local.
Local, yeah.
But also, Andre and I are really Andre's from Chicago. I have 18 years, so I'd consider 18 years there a local. So we are
That makes you a local now.
Shy City local.
Yeah.
And we will be recruiting people to our team after this week. We're trying to get our team to be the winner, though.
Is that a hint right there?
The scouts are out there watching.
Yes, sir.
Probably helping us, Deeyana, that I wasn't here on Monday because I'm terrible on Mondays.
Yeah, well, I'm not great on FOMC days, so we're even.
There you go. There you
Dee,
go.
what's your position?
It's crude oil short 83.22.
All right, let's get that up there.
Andre, what's up?
What's happening? Can you see me?
See you, Z.
4-shot.
Oh, that's really a nice trade location there, D.
Yeah,
What'd you
I
guys
thought
get?
so. Yeah, I thought so.
She's got no
Whether it
position.
holds.
She got a
It's another-
position on? I know, guys. I don't know why. It's because it's like pitch black outside. Hold on. I know what to do.
It's because your future's so bright.
You
Yeah.
gotta wear shades.
Got to wear shades.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I've got a ring light, but I've got it set to the lowest setting. Otherwise, it blows up.
yeah, I influence so many people.
You look like
You
a
do.
saint or something right now.
I don't,
I don't know.
how's that?
I want a tall glass of milk.
Is that any better?
It's a little better.
There you go.
That's better.
Trade
Yeah,
under
you
the
can't sit like
candlelight
that. That's
tomorrow.
better, but you can't sit like that. So yeah.
Maybe if I just leave the shot, everybody would be. No.
No, just can you not dim it? There's no way to dim it.
Try that one.
That's a little
It
better.
was good
Yeah.
when your hand was over it. A little better. There you go.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
No, it's no light. We're going natural light. My wife said if you ever do a picture or a selfie or be on anything, you have the light not behind you, in front of you.
That's right.
So
Nasdaq still, Nasdaq still looking to go higher.
Yeah, it's
tilt nothing.
No.
Guys, that tilt, I took that trade because the tilt was both 70%, just so everybody knows.
this is just not doing what I'm hoping it's doing. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, there is a chance that ES goes down back to value because we're a little bit out of the range from yesterday.
Yeah.
Whereas crude oil is inside value, so it's like fading the extremes would be.
Fading extremes.
This is why I'm in this trade.
James, I shared my screen, but I don't have anything to share yet, just to let you know. Okay.
That's the final number. It probably shouldn't be that impactful.
What else do we have today, Eddie? Yeah. Nice. And FOMC.
Eddie, you know what else we have going on today?
Yeah, it's loads of stuff.
We're now sending the Topstep funded trader hats. It's the same as the seal. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, awesome.
And we're sending these to anybody who has taken a payout of 5,000 or more.
Pretty sweet.
Who is in our chat room, TopstepTV at topstep.com, and she will ship it to you.
I don't think we can hear Eddie right now.
Uh-oh.
Okay, if you guys can hear me, that hat right there, go to email Danielle, TopstepTV at topstep.com. And she'll do checks and balances to make sure you go, hey, I've taken over 5,000 in payouts.
Yep.
I want that hat. I'm in the club. Damn,
good looking hat.
I'm in the club. Give me the damn hat. No, you're only going to get this if you're on Topstep TV and you have taken payouts. It could be at any point in the history of you being at Topstep. If you have 5,000 or more in payouts, you will get one of these sent to you.
All right. I think I'm back. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Do you love me? Check.
Andre's got a hat. Andre's made a hell of a lot more than 5,000 in his trade.
I guess not.
They like the hat.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you, Eddie.
All right, so let me get a little more detail as I was speaking to just myself a little while ago. You are eligible to join if you got that 5K payout. And everybody wants one of these hats. Everybody loves them, wants them, needs them. Email Danielle. All right, the same Danielle that's in our chat at TopstepTV at topstep.com, and she will get it shipped to you. So no, we're only giving these out to Topstep TV viewers who have taken the 5K total in payouts. Yep. So right now, you can't get them anywhere else. They're not on eBay. No, they're not on a Wish, anything. You're not going to get any knockoff from China. We've got them here exclusive. So if your friend that made the 5K club, tell them to get over to Topstep TV to claim their hat.
Yeah, it is a big thing why Topstep TV is exclusive. So subscribe, join. You're going to hear exclusive information before it drops anywhere. And you're going to get it, not before, you're going to get it exclusive to you only if you're tuning in and then you hit us up.
Tell you, Tom, what's crawling across the top of the screen?
I'm flat now, by the way. I just took a couple of ticks on that. It really wasn't doing what I was hoping it was going to do. So
not going anywhere.
Flat again.
Look at all the people long in the XFA. So guys, out of the gate, you're already seeing a bunch of people long. What does that tell you? And these are the folks that are up money. Tells you the people up money are looking for a upside continuation. That's my guess. If they're all long, that should help you. The tilt at the very top should help you. Yep. John sharing his chart should help you. Deeyana just talking out her trade should help you. Andre should help you. I hopefully can try to help you.
You help, Michael. You help.
Of course.
They like you, man.
And I remember I had a couple reviews that it was less of me, more of Deeyana. So Deeyana. I try, Deeyana. I try.
I know I get my trolls every so often. I had one just the other day.
You get them too?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, sometimes I used to post my trades on Twitter. I stopped doing that now because I'm just sick and tired of discussing with people who are who go into arguments, and then I'm like, well, I made 1R, so what's all this? No, why would you go short there? You're an idiot. Like, okay then,
Yikes.
but I still made 1R. You know.
There you go.
I call them bats, Deeyana. Broke ass trolls.
Yeah.
You just made that up.
Hey, how
I thought about it a while because I'm like, you're only trolling if you are never found success in the markets. I know
Probably,
that anybody who finds success respects other traders. Like
the other day, also you just reminded me, I posted my new YouTube video where I said short-term strategies that work, and then I put 70% on the thumbnail. And he's like, oh yeah, why did you put the percentage there? That's completely irrelevant. And I was like, well, actually, the percentage of probability for the setup, I would say it's actually really relevant, and most of the market profile setups do have a very high percentage. So what's your point? And then he's like, oh yeah, but that's only assuming that the trader is not doing. You can have 90% accuracy and risk $1 each, and then risk $10. And I was like, well, that's your problem, mate, for not being consistent. I'm not talking about that. It's like, if you're gonna be a muppet, be a muppet. Like that's you do you. And he continued to argue nonsense after nonsense, like all to do with system design rather than actual events. And then I just gave up. I was like, you're muted, man. Like, I'm done.
Probably around dinner time when his mom called him to the table.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Either that or he hasn't taken his meds. So one of the two.
Oh, man.
There are those out there.
Get him, Deeyana.
Hit him, Deeyana.
Get him.
I've been on YouTube long enough to not be. Yeah, so.
You know, it's kind of funny not to talk too much about it, but like at this point in the game, it's kind of like, it's like, dude, we've heard, it's like,
Yeah, we've heard it all.
it's like the selfie game. You're like, oh, another selfie, another mom updating their kid at the park or playing it. You know, like all this stuff that you've seen on social so many times. Trolls, you're like, dude, I've heard this for like 20 years now.
Yeah, I actually used to have flaming red hair and black hair. I don't know whether you guys remember. So yeah, it was because I was still holding on to the idea that I'm, a rock musician. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep the hair. I'm gonna keep the hair.
Yep.
And then I got gray, so maintaining it was just a bit of a nightmare. But when I had the red hair, I had so many people going, "Oh, you look like the stupidest punk with that red hair." And I was like, yeah, man, you're just jealous. It looks awesome on me. So
Have they ever seen you shred?
Yes.
yeah. Well, some of them go and find all of my. This is the thing about trolls. They then go and find all of my other accounts, details about my life, and they're like, "Oh yeah, and I found your Instagram." And I was like, "Well, whoopee, well done."
Oh, you should have seen what it was like.
Medal?
Yeah, you should have seen what it was like starting Topstep in the very early days.
Oh my God!
Oh God! I get
terrible.
Pictures of me with bunny ears and like you're a scammer. Yeah, you're a scammer. I'm like, no, just show you can trade and I'll back you. Jeez, like shut up and trade.
Exactly.
Well, because it was new. It's something new.
Yeah.
You know.
It was new. Yeah.
But,
all right, so it pulled back to on the Nasdaq, pulled back to a little bit of this low or higher volume node. Andre, I'm looking at this. Andre.
Yep.
Looking long.
I was on that pullback, but now it's too late right now. Poor entry. That would have been a nice pullback. It touched that kind of high volume node. I'm just looking at the 5 minute. If you look at my 5 minute right here, and this is what I'm seeing, guys. It pulled back. Where is it at?
Yeah, it's your 5. Nasdaq is definitely leading right now.
There, right here.
For sure.
Right here.
I'm going to flatten my crude oil because it's slowing down now. So, okay, so I'm still slightly down, 120, but yeah, it's better than it was earlier because I tried a short earlier and it put me minus 660. So I just covered that for the most part. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Well,
we also have the inventories, so I'm not very keen to trade ahead of
I'm up
that.
75. I did a little trade, pretty much scratched it, but just to update the board.
Yeah, nice.
Deeyana, when you're saying 1R, 2R, Maddie's asking, what's the R? Is it risk?
Yeah, so 1R represents your initial risk taken, aka your stop loss. So whatever your stop loss is, that will be your initial 1R. It will obviously vary from trader to trader because everybody uses different stop loss sizes. I personally use on crude oil, I personally use 35 ticks at this point for the kind of liquidity that we currently have in crude oil. So anytime you hear me 1R, 2R, or minus 1R, minus 0.5R, that assumes that I've used a 35 tick stop and then whatever the lot size I was using. So if I was doing only one contract, then that's going to be 350 as 1R. If I'm doing two, it's 700 and so on and so on. So yeah,
Deeyana, I'm the same as you on a $300 one lot. Per risk to reward. Yeah, I don't like to get them too high, too big, because you hit a 300, you hit a 300, you hit a 300. There's 1,000. That's already a good day because if you can average that, we all you do the math.
Yeah, I do try to not trade that much because for me, scalping doesn't work. Like you're very good at that. I'm not. I suck at scalping, which is why I try to hold these slightly longer term trades. And then if it's not doing what I expected it to do, I will take it off at wherever it is because obviously you don't want to hold on. You can have a buffer trade, but I never go into a trade expecting it to not make at least 1R. But if it doesn't, it's okay. I try again, or I wait for more information and then I make my decision. So it's not always going to be like losing 1R using 35 ticks because I try to get out. If the trade is not doing well, I will usually cut it at the latest at like minus 7R. So anywhere from 17 to about 25 ticks. If it's that deep into my position, I'm wrong on the timing, and I'm just like, kill it.
Yeah. Speaking of kill it, I got long 70s. I don't know why it's a kill it word, but on that little pullback, getting long on dips,
It's running.
covering on rips.
If you look here, 14,590 is weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ.
14,590. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm. Now, a couple of differences. NASDAQ broke out of the channel, and the low of the regular trading hour session is right on it. That's a really sweet spot right there. But the S&Ps are currently right at the top trend line from that channel, and this is a stronger one. It's got 1, 2, 3 points of contact.
Yeah,
so that's going to put the S&P up against this line right about the same time the NASDAQ's going to be up against weekly kickoff high.
I got out, should have stayed in. Now I'm back in on the worst entry.
All right, inside of 10 minutes, we got some numbers coming up, folks. So plan ahead.
I'm staying flat for now.
For now, same.
So we did have that minor number coming out, that U.S. manufacturing PMI for October. As expected, 50.0.
That's either expansion or contraction.
There you go.
I'm a little early here. You could easily stop me out on a 20-handle pullback and still hit this rally in the next 30 seconds. This is why the game of trading is difficult. Timing.
Yeah, you have to be right on direction, trade location, and time. I quite like trading Nasdaq for London in addition to DAX. Sometimes, not every day, but sometimes it's pretty fun. It's much easier to read because it's not as crazy. Technically, it's an out of hours session, but it still moves a lot. So I have been known to pop in a Nasdaq trade here and there, but today it just didn't. It seemed like they were a little bit quiet, so I stayed out. And I also woke up late, so that didn't help.
Well,
because I may have had some wine.
Oh, what kind of night did you get into?
I just had a really long day. And I'm trying to finish this course that was supposed to be releasing. And I've been having like 17-hour days for the last 5 days. So it's just like enough. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So I was, I did that road trip this week, and then yesterday,
the wedding,
I was sitting in the kitchen at 6:15 yesterday. I said, you know what, I'm just going to go stretch out and just relax a little bit. And I woke up, it was 2:00 in the morning.
Oh,
yeah, I've had days like that.
Went right back to sleep, got up at 5:30 this morning, almost 12 hours. I haven't done that since I was a teenager. Oh my goodness.
Good for you.
I've done that. I actually had a vaccine injury, so for about a good year I was very sick, and I was just so tired all the time. So I kept going to bed at like 7:30 p.m. and getting up at 10 a.m. the next day.
Oh my goodness.
Really awful, yeah. Luckily I seem to be getting better now, so fingers crossed.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I hate to change direction of the conversation, but as you know, power players today, we're going to have Jared Tendler, and definitely a fan favorite.
Yep,
if you want to keep working with him after the broadcast is over, we're going to post a link in our chat. If you've got a question for Jared, you need to use this link. So if we can post that in our YouTube chat, by all means.
And if I may explain a little further, Eddie, so it's going to be a link to a Google form where you can submit questions that Jared will then answer live today at 11.
There you go. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, Jared is great. He talks about design distraction. That's like so helpful for traders. Absolutely love it.
I covered up there when it hit the 81s.
Pulled back again, right?
Yeah, I covered 79s. So a little banger.
So Michael's flat, and who is Jared Tendler? There's some information.
Oh, nice.
Been with us many a times, and Hoag's going to be with him today. And speaking of that, We've got about 5 minutes here
5 minutes remaining.
on these numbers. So heads up. Check, double check, triple check if you want a position on or if you want to be flat.
If I'm still whitewashed out, Daniel and Dolby, I'm gonna jump and then come right back in. Let me try that. Should I try that? Let me try that.
Is
You
it?
did.
A little bit, you are. How'd ADP come out today?
ADP came out 113,000. They were looking at 150, much lower than expected.
So we'll look at gold.
Gold?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say
Gold.
gold?
Not yesterday. My goodness, it was just rock bottom.
Yep. It's coming from a daily supply, that move, but we do have some speed bumps on the way, so they might be good for some intraday trading.
Gold around 2,000, unbelievable.
Speed bumps.
Yeah, I call them demands that are too high up in the overall swing, in the overall kind of distribution curve to make a proper reversal, but they still pose problems if you're trading straight into them. So I call them speed bumps.
Yes. Slow down when you hit them, otherwise.
Exactly what they are.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
good
Yeah.
analogy.
Yeah.
I like it. All right. Well, we got about 4 minutes here before these numbers come out,
Yeah.
and then we can have at it, right? We're all gonna go
Yes.
I hope so.
crazy. Look at this.
Well,
Oh,
I also have the inventories in half an hour, so I can't have anything on crude oil yet.
right.
Yeah.
Look at this. I mean, why don't I act? This trend line was just direct hit.
It's looking like a trend day right now.
At least it gives you the opportunity to limit risk and gives you a good entry right there.
Well, John, it's like when you're up to bat and you're looking for that curveball and he throws you the fastball right down the plate. You know, you got another pitch coming, brother.
I could never hit a fastball. It was in the
hit the
mid
curve?
before I even moved.
I mean, to be fair, ES is not exactly running higher. It's still
not.
sort of 30 minute
dragging.
range bound. Yeah, so I don't think you miss much.
Are
Hey,
you
how am I?
drinking coconut milk?
Am I coming
Coconut
through?
water. Yeah.
Coconut water.
Yeah, it's very good for potassium levels if you're a little bit hungover.
And for a change, I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
That's always the tell.
Topsy turvy. Yeah, coconut water and avocados. That's what you want to have.
Avocados. Avocado.
He says that, yeah.
How do you say avocado?
Avocado.
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 It's like O's. Avocado.
Yeah.
You know, Jamie Foxx has an avocado farm.
Oh,
Did not know that.
really? I did not know that.
All right, deuce on the clock, folks. 1 minute on the clock here
All
now.
right. Let's see.
It's gone quiet.
Yeah, I know, right?
Silence.
Big
is
release.
We're all
golden.
just like, what's going to happen?
It's all
I hate
PMI,
technology.
ISM, jolts.
Mac, I got every light off in here. This is weird.
What'd you change today?
I don't know. I said a prayer this morning. Maybe I got a little halo around me.
It might just be your monitor.
Always a good thing
Too
to
bright.
do. Always a good thing.
Yes, it is.
Can you go into your camera settings and then look at the
That's what I'm
brightness, exposure, contrast?
I'll figure that out, but while everybody else says we can stay.
I'm always struggling with lighting in my place
Yeah,
as well.
you look
Awful.
fine.
It's good. It's good. Let's
I
just
wouldn't
trade.
stress.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh,
I like
yeah.
it.
I don't know about you guys, but I look great.
Yeah, Hoag's lighting's pretty spot on.
Your costume yesterday was a big hit, Johnny.
Yeah, I love the costumes yesterday. I was walking my dogs actually and listening to you guys. I was just chuckling the whole time. It was great.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
Number in 1 minute, right?
Yep.
Inside.
Inside.
Look at how thin it gets.
I've got my candle timer. 30 seconds.
For nothing, too.
I'm long from 49s down here. It's because I'm up money and I'm in the money. So that's the only reason why I'm doing this. Only reason.
So you're holding it in?
I'm holding it in just on the with a tight stop.
All right. I want to see. I'm putting it on NASDAQ now just because I want to see what happens at weekly kickoff high if it gets there. Watch and see what happens on that trend line, and the S&P is on my profile over here.
There you
All right,
go.
coming out
There you
here.
go.
Yes.
We got the PMI 46.7, lower than expected. The ISM October 45.1, higher than expected. JOLTS coming in at 9,553,000, higher than expected of the 9,250,000. So there you have it.
Nice
30 minutes.
Nice whack there, Michael.
Yeah, quick one. 5 to 1 on that one. Risked $100. Missed 200. Sorry, 2 to 1, 2.5 to 1, whatever. And I just got
Holding it
long.
in.
I got long 57s right now. Back in.
Looking to go higher.
Yep. Come on, buddy. Yeah,
Big
buddy.
jump in gold here.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Gold
All
just
right,
spiked.
I'm jumping out. I'm jumping out of that one. Okay. Light and tight.
All right, back to the S&Ps.
Big spike.
Look at this. S&Ps reaches the weekly kickoff high.
Guy-
42.35. The high of that pop, 42.34.50. Within 2 ticks.
Nice. Hey, I'm up 1440 for the top panel.
Oh boy, look at that.
Nice.
Dun, dun, dun.
The underdogs are making a run.
Plot thickens.
Comeback.
Yeah, I got to be patient.
Hey, folks, we had a number of folks, real quick here, folks on chat reaching out on Discord yesterday about subtitles and translations for the broadcast. We want to assure you that our team is looking into it, and we're hoping to have a solution soon. We want to make sure we're global. So we're working on that and have it out as soon as we can.
What's up? Are we working on Hello Kitty still?
Rory Kitty.
Melissa Milano, Hello Kitty. Who else we got there? We can't.
Hughes.
Hughes, Lionel Messi,
Messi would be tight.
Barack Obama. Yeah, but we're still working on Roaring Kitty. We'll see if we hear anything back.
Yeah.
Hello Kitty. Genius.
All right.
Well, hey, we got a little lull in the market here, a lull in the talking here. Let's get these hot streaks out. Let's see who's kicking butt. And we'll get that here. Post that up here if we can.
Turn on my fan here.
Footed hot streaks.
Massive
Right,
yeah.
26 days.
He didn't
Was it
trade
26
yesterday.
days, Miss Milano, yesterday? Should be
That's
27,
okay.
no?
Well, no,
Okay.
he didn't. If you don't trade, it doesn't count as a day.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
15,000.
Number of trading days. Yeah.
Smart.
Ramada Inn, Red Amelia, 1,267. Prince, 929. Julia at 3,815. And Chris V, 6,593. So there's our funded hot streaks
Good to
for
see.
today.
Hey,
I'm going long gold at 1998.5.
what
We're
for?
going to jump back up there again, huh?
Yeah.
Why do you like that, Deanna?
So this was a pretty big whipsaw. There is a little bit of demand left from before the release at 1996. And it is a neutral day. It's an inside day, but yesterday we had a big value area. So I'm a little bit skeptical to use that open sentiment, if you want to call it that, as my guide. And it just kind of whipped through some of these areas in the middle from the drop from yesterday. So I'm looking for it to, speed bumps. And on the daily chart, we are coming off one of those speed bumps. So I'm just going to try and see how the market behaves and to see whether we can get some further traction upside. There is some excess on the bottom as well. So there's a buying tail and C period. So we're going to see whether this can actually bring a bit more further upside, and if not, then it's fine.
Pull back a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, that jump to the upside there when that number came out. I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty fierce. Yeah.
I was looking at this 100 session, 200 session, and the value low from yesterday as
Yeah.
kind of a go-no-go level, but we really didn't get much of a chance to participate there, did we?
Yeah. I'm also going to say I'm going to use a slightly bigger stop loss here, purely because this is pretty whippy. So I don't really want to be just, smacked in the face because I'm using small stop losses.
Sorry,
Right.
Deeyana, but I went short
So
on that
my-
move.
So my stop loss is now at 1993. So if that goes, I'm out.
93, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, really quickly, it flies, it dies 13. Who agrees you should have a $200 daily minimum to qualify? No. Second best trading day, second best winning day is a scratch day. So that's what these come from. We celebrate three things. Winning days that are up money, winning days that are scratch money, and losing days that you learn something from. I'm looking to get long.
Okay.
Just look,
Michael.
34, around the 34s.
34s.
Yeah, look at that
I
little
like
high volume node a bit.
Yep, on the back end of that high volume node.
Uh-huh. So anybody that go ahead,
About
John.
here, 30, 34. Right, just about there. Not yet. Not yet.
I got 37. I got 37. So I got a little bit on the downside.
All right. Deeyana getting back up to those 98s for you.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But I must say, I got to be honest.
No,
I
I'm actually long
shorted
two.
you there.
I'm
You're
long two.
Okay.
Wow.
Not one. So long two.
Eduardo, I'm a little concerned about that as well. A big pullback. But I'm going to play these high volume nodes. I'm going to play pullbacks, play dips until I see rips. I'll take that rip.
Michael, so how do you use high volume nodes?
I don't know. I just get somebody.
Well, do you like support resistance, or do you want to trade through?
I do a couple things.
Yeah.
I look at the tilt. If everybody with an open position is leaning one way, call it just 60% or more. I look at if it's a pullback and it's been trending higher all day. If it's a pullback, I look for it to pull back to a high volume node, which would be right around here where it pulled back from. It was up here. See this big, here's the high volume, guys, because look at this. This is vertical, but if you turned it horizontal, you'd be like, oh, that is high volume. High volume area here, low volume area here, high volume area here. And I look for entries, and then I go to the dome over here, and I look for it to flush down because that's it ripping the stops. All those personal brokerage account traders that hold on and then put their stops in or their auto liquidation from the brokerage firm hits them. So right here was the high volume node edge right there that I got 37s, and we were talking 34s because I said right here, if it was going to continue, yeah, sure, it could have, but this is really the area on a pullback that I would like if it's been rallying all morning. That's my thing. So yesterday, somebody said, you don't have a strategy. There it is. I don't have an automated strategy. I don't have an if then, if that. I'm a discretionary trader.
You don't just click buttons. You have an idea of what should happen around a particular level, and then you refer to the dome.
And then I wait for the pitch to come, and if the pitch is a slider, and I suck at sliders, and I wait for the curveball because I'm better at curve. It's just getting to know, and because you're in the game, it's art. It's not all science. A lot of people think it's just like, well, you just put this code in, if then, if that's.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect blend between science and art as well.
I think it's life.
It requires, it definitely is life. There's a million things that can happen. Orientation points definitely help, however you use them. And then it's about observing the price activity in real time. That's really where it's at. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Michael.
That's the day trader. That's a day trader.
That's a day trader.
Yeah, that's a day trader. That's the personality traits you have to have as a day trader, in my opinion, and what I've seen. So go ahead, Eddie.
Michael, Cows is asking, what time frame are you looking at, Michael? Remember you said 15 or 30-minute chart, but why are you entering and exit in just a couple seconds? Can you explain it, please?
Oh, I don't look for big moves. I look for good entries. 30 minutes gives me good entries because they're just bigger, more important areas. So that then gives me a chance to kind of pull out and be like, not get lost in the noise. And then I like to look at the entries. I go from 30 and I do all that checklist stuff that I'm talking about, looking, change, and then go to the 5 minute. Okay, where's the 5 minute volume node at? That's high or low or shoulder. And then go to the ladder for a flush out and look for an entry. It's working today. It's been working for quite a bit. I just have been getting out much too early. That's been my issue for the last 2 weeks. I've still been up every single week. So that's the little step by step that I take. And every trader, I'm sure if we talk to John, he's got a different one. Andre's got a different one. Deeyana talks about hers; she has a different one. So you got to find your strategy.
Yeah.
James got us something here, and we can explain it here. If everybody's using the tilt, uses the tilt, does it nullify the tilt? Well, you got to remember, we got buyers and sellers. So unless everybody's on one side, it's going to give you a percentage.
I get that. I get that
too.
That thought, but just because there's like a high degree of longs or a high degree of shorts in the market, all those people are looking at different things. Mm-hmm. If they were all looking at the same indicator or the same thing, then it might take a little bit of the power of the tilt away. But everybody is looking at so many different things. They all have different motivations, different decision-making processes, different reasons for taking trades, if they even have one, many of them. And just, seeing their overall aggregate position, I don't think, if everybody's looking at it, is it going to make a difference? Is it going to make a difference in the tools that you're using? Is it going to make a difference that much in the decision making that you're all used to looking at, that you're used to taking trades for? I don't think so. I think it is a fluid, very useful, very important tool that you're only going to see here.
Right.
I got long 38s down there while John was talking. It had come back, pulled back, retested it. Just think about if I was still long in the last trade and I didn't get out. You see it all the time where it retests your position. John, you taught me that one where it retest. It's retesting again. I'm going to get out even though it's early.
My brother calls it reloading.
Reloading, yeah. The market's setting up.
And you reload.
Yep. The market's setting up for sure.
He's a big gun guy, so he would say reload.
Hey, we got tip of the day here, and it sort of plays into what we're sort of talking about.
What do we got?
Be patient. Having patience in the market is key. Patience allows you to set up and wait for your trades to materialize. It helps you remain cool after a loss and allows you to have more accuracy on your entries. Please be patient.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
and also remaining cool after a loss. It means that you're not manipulated by your emotions. So keep that in mind.
Well said.
Very
yes.
well said. Yeah.
Cool like a jewel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we don't want to be manipulated by our emotions.
No, we don't.
Hey, Johnny, you're doing group coaching today.
Yes.
And it's going to be sort of an AMA.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't have everything set up. I got to check and see if I've got some emails still in the group coaching email, which is groupcoaching@topstep.com. If you have questions, please feel free to put them in there. It's going to be a tough act to follow with Jared Tendler at 11, but we are always here, always trying to help. And like I always say, nobody knows everything. I mean, if you knew everything, what good would trading be, right? What fun would it be? But if we don't know, we're going to answer those questions and hopefully have a really good session.
Yeah, Johnny, don't worry about it. You got the backup band with Jack and Bonnie.
There you go.
And you'll headline at 12.
Okay, so that long was pretty damn decent.
Yep. Did you
catch
it again?
No. I got shooken out.
It's trading sideways for a while before it wants to go higher.
Yeah, I had 3 on right there from 38s, 38s, 38s. Covered 35s, 36, 40s. It's trading, 20 handles higher 5 minutes later. And it was at the low of this volume node right here on my 5 minute. Boom, boom, boom. Here's this or shoulder of this high volume node.
Mm-hmm. That's what you want, is you want the lower shoulder.
Yeah, look at this rip higher. I would think this is setting up for a strong rip. It caught everybody, caught all the shorts.
They were trying to call the top here, and never went.
Yep, short. The tilt got tilty at the about 70% short NASDAQ. Who's somebody in there said order flow? This is an order flow. This is open position bias. Nobody releases that. You can't release that if you're a brokerage firm, because you can't share open positions of live market trades. It influences the trades of the markets. These are all just our thoughts and opinions. Everybody here is a trade signal provider, just so we all know. Until you get to the live account, you are a professional. You're professional at the funded account. Somebody asked about difference between express and live. There's zero difference on the payout. So you get paid out the same. But one of them is providing your trade signals because you're more qualified than the trading combine folks to provide more valuable trade signals that also show up here in the tilt that populate the data in the tilt. And we deem that data valuable enough, they're willing to pay you a portion of your simulated profits. It's real money. That's the express funded account. And then when you start kicking ass, you get a tap on the shoulder from our risk manager saying, "Hey, trading 1, 2, 3 guy, you're going to be trading on our prop account. You're playing some pro ball trading. You're trading really well." So
promoted to the majors.
Yep, exactly, Eddie. And then they become real trades, real exchange, all that kind of stuff. We've been doing this since the very beginning of starting the industry, putting the live traders on there. So again, if you never get put on a live account and you're crushing it, switch prop firms, because you're a sim trader. It's not what you're a signal provider or whatever you want to call it.
Right, to be fair, most futures prop firms will put you into live, even though they're like, sim funded. But if you're making money for them, they will shift you to live as well at some point. It might take a number of months, but they still do it. I think it's only the Forex people that are like, oh yeah, we just keep everybody on sim. It's like, great.
What's the point of that, if I can ask? Why do they do that?
I think it's just for the firms. This is to limit risk with traders who are just coming out of nowhere and they really don't have any professional qualifications. But in the Forex space, I don't know. It's probably just greed, to be honest, because you can do so much like weird stuff behind the scenes. You can manipulate slippage, spread, however you wish. So it's really, it opens up the doors to a lot of manipulation. This is why I'm really against Forex prop firms, because you can't do that in futures. Like you can't set your own spread. Like it comes like there's no spread.
Yep.
Only one liquidity pool in futures.
Yeah, exactly.
Anthony, what are combines paying for XFA payouts? We have the trading Topstep Trader, which is an experiential education platform and a recruiting platform for our prop firm. Our prop firm pays XFA payouts. So our prop firm is a company in itself. Both of them are for-profit, guys. Both of them are for-profit. We don't do nonprofit here. For-profit, we do education and recruiting that then feed our prop firm. That's been the model we've had since day one. Everything costs money too, so we have to charge $49 to start.
Crude traders, just a heads up, in about 10 minutes, we're going to have our crude oil inventories, so that's going to turn the blender on for a little bit. The prior was 1.371 million. The expectation 1.261 million, so a little lower, but about 10 minutes here. I will remind you.
Those 38s were pretty damn good.
Speaking of reminding, if you're going to join us here for Jared Tendler, we're going to post a link in the chat. If you've got a question, now pay attention, please. If you've got a question, you've got to use this question and answer submission form. So we're going to post it in the chat. If you got a question, use that link. Going to be on with us for Power Players, 11 o'clock.
How'd the trick or treating go yesterday, Michael?
I'm gonna trade. I'm long right now, 69s.
Nice.
Nice pop. Nice pop. Nice pop. I'm moved. I'm not out. I'm gonna keep staying. Okay, I'm gonna stay on this one for a little bit. It's got the squeeze on.
Oh,
Show me the squeeze. Tilt was only a 50-50. Now it's 40-45 short. But I'm cheerleading this one, so that means it's the high.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome. It was awesome. There's a place here in Aspen where it's all a bunch of houses that face each other, and there's like just a sidewalk in between them all, and they're like small little houses. And there's just everybody goes there because you don't have to walk on the street. It's house after house after house.
Sounds like London.
Is it? Nice. Take the top off the defense. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. I'll take that. 1,700. Okay. All right, guys. I'm up 1735 on my.
I think Crypto's asking about what are your thoughts on these big lots coming in? 168, 178 contracts.
Where
The question is it fake out? A big buy, liquidate, smaller lots?
What market?
I do believe we're looking at the NASDAQ.
Yep, I'm watching that 100 lot guy too. He's there. So some people are like, oh, I'm not going to pay extra for this level 2 data. Fine, you don't have to. But if you're looking and you want to see if there's certain big players in there, you got to pay for it. It's just a pass through anyway of what we get charged.
It gives you an idea who's winning the tug of war, if there's any basis behind the bids or anything above the offers.
Mm-hmm. Andre, how you doing over there? What are you looking at?
watching this trend, it looks like a trend day so far.
It does look like a trend day on the
SPOOs are grinding. It's very slow. NASDAQ's definitely leading, but I don't know about how much. Staying patient. Mm-hmm. Haven't seen much on tilt to get in with, so. And we got FOMC coming up later, so nothing to jump into right now.
Yeah. Rocks and roll, hot streaks. That's consecutive profitable days. Okay, so we had Milano with 26 consecutive days. Now, yesterday was 26 also, but they didn't trade yesterday, so they're still leading with 26 days. I hope that helps.
Hey, Johnny, what number did you say you had up here?
John is away.
Okay.
Shit, today's November. Damn.
How do you determine there's a squeeze? Alpha's asking.
There's a squeeze?
You see it keep ribbing. You see it keep
trade sideways for like 10, 15, 30 minutes. You see the red bars coming in. You see people want to take it lower, lower, lower. It won't go lower. And it's trading sideways. So you know the shorts are starting to feel the heat.
Well, hold on.
And the buyers come in and the market won't go lower. So just those shorts essentially take the market higher themselves. Yeah. Look at this rally.
I would say the sideways with the red bars got they trap the shorts.
They trap them, yeah.
Yeah, and then what you're seeing right now when it squeezes.
This is a trend.
This is squeezing the shorts, in my opinion, because it's staying on the highs. And every time it reaches new highs, watch my ladder, it rips. Like this is 10s. See that rip to 12s? And then you're going to have people that are going to start picking tops. I'll just show you. I'll pick a top right here, and then I'll put it right here. Then people start doing this shit. See how quickly I got stopped? See the stop run? Now I'm going to do it again. I'm going to put it right here. So people keep picking these tops right here. Shorts, put it really tight. Shorts, put it really tight. I'm going to get out because it's going to rip again.
Yeah, so the price velocity can tell you whether you're correct on your assumption or not, regardless of whether there's a short squeeze going on, because you can just have a nice orderly sustained auction, but those auctions tend to be pretty relentless over the day. They just don't come back. It's not something you will see every single day, but something like FOMC does open up the possibility of irregular structures appearing, and irregular structure is a trending day, so you're not going to get that just shooting straight up or straight down every single day. In fact, it only happens anywhere from about 20% up to 35% of all the days when you take a larger sample size into consideration. So you have to keep that in mind. But when you see those kind of moves, the price velocity in relation to your open trade should tell you whether you're on the right track or not. So if you open a trade and it just whips through into your drawdown immediately, that means you're wrong either on the direction or the timing. Because you could be right on the direction, but you might be getting caught in a pullback, because pullbacks can also happen on trending days.
Oh, shit.
Cool. Another thing that we can add, Connell is saying that those Bollinger Bands contraction can also indicate a squeeze.
I don't like Bollinger Bands.
I think it will be more helpful during a ranging day, the second standard deviations.
Bollinger Bands to me are trash. Sorry. I mean, I've used them way back in the early days. I think they're the new indicator. To each his own on what indicator you want to use for all means. Dude, look at that.
We're just ripping higher.
We're ripping higher. And now I'm short around here at the 30s.
Where do you look? There's nothing on tilt. Are you just okay?
No, I'm the average.
No,
There's nothing on
50,
there's nothing on tilt. I know I'm getting in the way of it.
Yeah.
And I know it's showing this. I have this trend line up here that's pretty effing heavy. That from a while ago. But
So I have an average daily range high in NASDAQ around these levels, but if it gets ignored, that indicates that abnormal trending day. So again, if you see that, that's another way to look at volatility on the day. If it ignores the regular average ranges, don't stand in the way of it.
yep, I was picking up tops. You're stacking bananas. You're correct. No LOL after that. Come on.
I'm
I
short.
know what I was doing.
I'm short for
I know
entertainment
exactly what I was
purposes.
doing. It had.
You're short for entertainment purposes.
I got to do something.
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting bored.
I'm getting short into a rally that I talked about way earlier.
I'm short from 43s.
Yeah, look, guys, it's FOMC day. Like I don't see this thing moving a ton. I see it actually returning back to settlement.
5 minutes remaining.
EIA coming out here inside of 5.
It's a bold statement, Michael.
It is a bold statement.
That is.
Be bold.
Victorino's asking, hey guys, it's better to get a 150K combine for the extra drawdown. Here's the thing, Victorino, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big.
Yeah, just start with 50K, see how you get on. And if you need more leverage, they will open up. It's not the same as, when you start on a smaller account, it doesn't mean that you're going to forever stay on that account. That is the point of prop trading. So if you need more buying power and you've built up some buffer, just ask.
Just ask here at Topstep. Yeah, you can ask even during tap on your shoulder. How many times you get people asking for increasing their size, increasing their daily loss limit? They'll tell you, and also they'll do it for you when you build up your account.
Exactly. So all of these accounts at the end of the day will end up down the same road, if it makes sense. The only difference, I think, with you guys, you still have the soft daily loss limit, from what I remember, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's not hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you don't you don't want to go in with 3,000 daily loss limit. Just don't do it. It's like you have a personal daily loss limit. That's almost like the prop firm's loss limit. You should have your own personal stopping point for the day.
Hoag, on the NASDAQ, remember we talked about this big line back down here, or all these points. Give me a second. All these points down here where it bounced off of, rallied up, came over here, big sell-off, ripped through it, firming up. Now it's back up here. If this was a 5-minute chart, then this 15.
That's the daily, correct?
That's the daily. This is the daily. This goes back to SEP a month and a half ago. Low, touched it, bounced. All the way up here, got all those longs thinking it's going to make new highs, break all that, and squeeze them out, firmed up, and now we're back.
Gold is teasing the 2K. Let's see whether they can sustain the price action above it.
That's that spot. That's that spot. You still
Crude
long?
traders,
I'm still long. Yeah.
check your platform
Sitting, waiting.
inside a minute.
So I had
No.
I had a dog alarm there. I had to let the dog out because she had to take care of some business, and I missed that whole pop.
There's a song about that, John.
There's a
There'll be
song.
another bus, Johnny.
Yes.
I actually got quite a few dogs in here now.
She'll be back tomorrow.
There's dogs everywhere.
Dogs everywhere.
I think there's only 6 of them in here. I don't know where the other 2 went.
There's only 6 dogs in your. There's only 6 dogs in this room. I don't know where the other 25.
It was funny. One of my friends, she was like, "You with your 12 dogs," and I said, "Only 8, actually."
Only 8.
And she's like, once you go over 4, it doesn't matter.
They're all the same.
12.
All right.
So it's staying firm up here.
It is staying firm. I got spooked out of my shorts.
Where were you short from?
43. I got out.
Okay, that was actually a good entry.
Yeah.
See, I was looking at this big green bar right here that I had for a while, and it has ripped through it. And again, I just talked about return to settlement. I talked about FOMC day. John said it was bold. I could definitely see where he's coming from.
All right,
All right. Critical inventories here. Let's get this. I'm not showing it yet.
What do we got?
I don't know. It's not popping yet.
I've got
There
it.
we go. 9.
Hey, C. Meyer, we have the successful metrics today that we'll be sharing for funded
Oh,
traders.
yeah. Those are
Yeah,
sweet.
and guys, tune in tomorrow. It might be getting hot in here.
Really?
I'm getting a build of 0.8 million.
You got a bill?
0.774.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boy, they do not want to take this lower.
40s. Why is it 40s? Why do I like this area up here?
I mean, they're not too far off the mark, so I'm not sure how much effect this is going to have.
Hey, Wieland, if you're listening, what levels did you like up here? I think you liked the 50s, the 650s. Talked about it earlier.
Let's see. Oops.
That was a big pullback off the 40s.
So I have the same ES level like NQ, so average daily range high, right at 4241 quarter.
That's where we're at.
Yeah. And it just got broken. So technically that means exhausted average daily range. But again, it is the FOMC day. It's very likely that we might have an abnormal structure forming. But if it stays, then this could be a nice short.
42.41 quarters, that level?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of building some volume up
It
here.
is, yeah.
So 42.41 quarter is like right at the almost like the high volume node of where we're
Yeah.
at right here. So
Yeah.
you know, I'm looking for a pullback towards a longer time frame level like weekly kickoff or this trend line. Because this trend line was resistant in A period, broke out in B, now holding above in C. Let's see what happens. I can't believe the dog.
Oh, you're blaming the dog for your
Do you know
home.
what? For the sake of it,
John.
I'm blaming her.
for the sake of entertainment, I'm going to go one lot short on ES.
Okay.
For the sake of
Someone's going to do it.
for the sake of
All right.
yeah. For the
I'm
sake of
short. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I'm short 4240 quarter.
Okay.
One lot.
I was
She
just
has this whine that she does when she has to go, and then I heard the whine, and I'm like,
I was just long 625, and I was trying to get in this pullback. I still feel there's strength in here, and I feel like this pullback is a little head fake to the downside. 68% short in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this setup happen a couple times already.
Yeah. I'd rather buy 17s or 10s down here on a pullback. Even though I still do like this thing from a.
Well, with the draw we saw in crude, it's finally making an opposite move. Once again, you just can't play that number.
Audrey, look at this pullback, and we're light to the downside,
Yep.
light-ish. But we also have a big gap in this volume node. But I think that's kind of why I'm thinking it's going to stay firm up here.
I think so too. I was just short. Like I know Deeyana's short now. I was just short. It wouldn't go, and the last 2 or 3 setups, the short's been squeezed. So that's kind of what got me out. It is a good level.
Yeah, I mean, if it does start taking out that kind of wide, low volume area from that pop, that's enough to kind of get you out of longs. But right now, I mean, in the NASDAQ, the low volume node below is 621 even. The low volume node begins in the S&P is at 4290. I'm sorry, 4239, 4240, let's say.
Okay.
God, I just think this is where it's going to firm up because you have such a low volume nodes around here that if it's going to stay strong, this is a buy a dip area.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're all saying the same thing, which is that's an easy trade. Isn't that the easy trade considered?
I think some of us want to get short, some of us want to get long.
Isn't that always the case, though?
It sure is, Eddie.
Are you guys talking about getting long or short right now?
Long.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here.
I'm short, so.
Yeah.
Duly noted. Hey, we've got yesterday's best coming up. Let's take a look at yesterday's best here real quick when we got some time. Yesterday's Fatima. We were talking about Fatima yesterday. 17,428. Scotty K with 12K. Nicholas T 10K. Maximilian 9,000. And Shen with 8. That's yesterday's top traders. Way to go,
2 days in a
folks.
row for Fatima, isn't it?
Fatima is rocking it.
I think Fatima was on one of Mixed cards yesterday.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right. Exactly.
Fatima, yeah.
I got in early. I know what I did. Like 20 handles. I'm looking for 17s again. And then if it busts me out, it busts me out. But my 20 handles brings me down to 09s, and 17s to me would be a great entry, in my opinion. Humble.
Agreed. It's below volume.
So I was risking 20 handles, looking for 17s, but taking 29s because I knew 09s would stop me out. I'm looking for it to firm up. It's only a one guy. I was light and tight. I would have put another one on if it came down to 17s, though, just so we're on the same page. And yes, I would have averaged in, but I'm averaging in a little area. I don't like the fact it can't hold, but it still feels like it's going to slingshot higher.
Well, if you were short right here, essentially trying to sell the highs, I mean, how would Deeyana's short right now?
I'd be scared.
Sure.
I'd be nervous that if they're going to keep running stops all day long because the S&P is on its high, but
can't break.
You got people right now, 44 even right now that can get short, being like, hell yeah, it's on the highs. And they're putting their stops up at 45 evens, 46 evens, 47 evens. And then that's where you get the stop runs because you got all these top pickers.
Also, keep in mind, guys, that the info that came out is really strongly indicates that there's not going to be any hike in December. All right, that is the bad is good. So look out. Also on Bollinger Bands, you guys missed the reason most people have them, and it's that they look badass.
They look badass. Yes, they do.
Badass.
You look like Russell Crowe, Beautiful Mind. I mean, they look great.
Yes, they
not a
do.
better looking indicator.
That's why I picked them right when I first started. Every indicator can make sense. It's what works with you. As Randy Moss says, bust the top off the defense. Come on.
What he said?
Take the top off the defense.
I don't shine shoes. I don't take bagels.
I'm going to hold this one a little bit. Let's see if this one can run.
I'm with you for that one, Michael.
You're what?
I'm with you on that.
I haven't let a runner run for a while. And this is what happens, John. Remember I was talking about the times that I do want to let it run, then it faces me.
Right.
It doesn't run, and it runs.
I mean, this is one of those situations where there's a rally. It's above important inflection levels. It's building volume up here. You've got reasonable risk, and you've got traders that don't want to buy it up here, so they sell it. And you said it earlier. I mean, you know where their stops are. They sell it, they get their stops hit. They sell it, they get their stops hit. They sell it, they get their stops hit. They sell it to get their stops hit. It doesn't work, but I mean, it's you're on the right side.
I don't like it anymore. Here's why, and it could go my way. I'm going to tell you why.
It's sketchy.
It's offer highs, and I think the hard trade is getting short right now, not getting long. The hardest trade right now is
easy trade.
Yeah, for me, it would be an easier trade.
Easy trades to get short.
It's definitely an easier trade to get short.
I think why? Because I think right now I'm scared shorts have gotten their ass handed to them, getting it run. So what makes that feel any different than it is right now? Except the fact.
Would you rather sell the highs or buy the highs?
You're a responsive seller up here. Up here, you're an initiative buyer.
Correct.
Yeah. And again, if the auction shows that we're going to hold above the initial balance, then we flip sides, right? But for now, I don't really have evidence of that. We've just poked outside of the initial balance on the ES. And so far, they've not really managed to hold it above the IB, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's still early days, And like I said, abnormal day, FOMC, anything can happen. ACH, as I like to say. Yeah, but for now, I'm just going with what I've got on the price activity. So I've got my average daily high here. Still no evidence of the auction sustaining above the initial balance. So if that changes, I'll be out. But for now, just my general stop loss is at 42.51.
Guys, I'm out of mine trade.
I think
the hardest trade right now. The hardest trade right now is shorts. That's to me putting on a short right now is to me the hardest trade.
Well, maybe that's due to experience that you've tried to pick.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, of course.
But I think for the newer trader, how do you buy it up here?
Yeah,
it's much easier to sell it. Well, if I can't pay this much for it, then all I can do is sell it.
Correct.
So I try and sell it, and I get run over.
And yet, so many people just go buying into tops. So and they get absolutely slaughtered doing that. Especially on ranging days, they're like, "It's breaking out," and it goes against them, smack. Right. And then they're like, "Oh my god, I'm going to sell," smack.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but this, I mean, this is a potential context or market state change today. This is a bigger deal today than just breaking out of a small time frame range.
That's right. My gold is still in, so that's slowly creeping up over 2K.
Nicely done.
Well, it's not done yet.
Well, I know, but I can root for us. Long distance relationship.
Yeah. Across the pond.
Across the pond.
Yes, spiritual support.
Yeah. And I hope everybody wins. I know that's not possible.
Yeah, same. Yeah, same.
I just hate my entry right now. I'm long. I got a worse entry. I can see what you're talking about. It was my initial gut, and it had pulled back to high volume or to shoulder of the high volume node. Right. It's sitting up here. It's been ripping shorts, but at the same time, the harder trade, in my opinion, it's still getting short. But
that's probably knowledge and experience speaking there.
And then I think it's so easy for this one to get out of all these week long, which is going to be me. That's going to be a week long. It's going to hit my stop, and it's going to rip higher. That's the feeling I have. Stream of consciousness. No, I
agree. I definitely think that's the setup that's playing out right now. I
so
thought the trade sideways for a little bit longer.
Yep. Whipsaw it. Just a bad entry.
I mean, yeah, it's right at the kind of the high volume node of this volume area, but you may be lucky. You may get going. I'm going to put up the NASDAQ. I know we're on your screen now, but there it is.
All right. I'm long from 35 half. Deeyana, you're short from 40s. So
Yep.
we're thinking a different story here. Both of us are.
Uh-huh.
So now you guys heard her story. You heard mine. No, yeah. Can't really talk shit about who to fade because we're fading each other.
Exactly. So now what?
Spooky.
So that person who had that horrible username, fade Topstep clowns, who are you gonna fade now, man?
Who are you gonna fade now?
Man, Deeyana keeps receipts on the haters. I love it.
Oh yeah, I have photographic memory.
You sure do.
Yeah.
I can tell.
So my brother Rick is here now. Hey, good to see you, Rick. He's long, the short, QQQ.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The market judges now. The jury is deliberating. Is that what it's called?
It is.
Yes. All right, so guys, that's the difference in trading. That's why we have Topstep TV, so we can talk out trades. If we were sitting here trolling each other, you think that's productive? No. So that's why we're going to rag on trolls, unless you're trolling sports. You can troll anybody's sports team here.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, here's your stop run.
You feeling better, Michael?
I don't know quite yet because my out. I want to hold the runner like we were talking about earlier.
If you're wondering what position our teams are, up on the top, it's going to let you know Michael's long here right now. Andre's up 175. Hoag's up a Jackson and a Lincoln. $25.
2 ticks.
There you go. You're still up. And Deeyana is short here at 42.40 and a quarter. One ES.
And long gold as well.
Long gold. You're still long at 98, huh?
Yeah, still holding that.
Okay. Good.
Deeyana,
Looking good now.
Nothing against you, Deeyana, but I want your shorts to get squeezed.
That's fine. Yeah, no problem. Like I said,
But here's all.
it could be a sustained auction up. You know, it's just not, I'm just staying true to my levels. I'm not a core ES trader. Keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
I'm literally just reading technically what I think should happen around here. And as long as 50s are in, I think this has a good chance of going back. Having said that, if the market proves me wrong, I'm not going to be like, yeah, let's do another shorts.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, I'm going to be like, fine, it's going higher. Ignored the average daily range high, which means there's a higher volatility day in play. So that level is no longer relevant.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, I covered 47s while you were chatting.
Just in Fed news today, 1 o'clock. It's always at 1 o'clock Central. All right, Central right now here in Chicago Central Time. It's 9:46 a.m.
Hey, Eddie, is there a press conference today?
Yes.
Right afterwards.
Yeah.
1:30 Central.
Hey, Arco, I took your advice here. Staying on your hands is an option to you. Don't have to be in a position. Right when I covered 40, right when you said that, I was I think that's what I was already thinking. So I covered 37s. I was long from 35. So if I was still long, I'd be taking heat right now. It's coming Deeyana's way. Here's your bigger pullback. I don't know. Getting married to a position is, to me, an investor more than it is a trader, but to each its own. But yeah, sitting there in your hands is being a trader.
Hey, if you like what's going on here today, please hit that like button, subscribe. We've got over 2,000 people watching and not even 600 likes. What's going on?
The last thing I want to say, then I'm going to shut up. Patrick, your 650s were magic. That's why I got out. 49.50. There's 2 reasons why I got out. Remember your 50 talk, and I knew it was grinding higher, and I was talking about shorts being a harder play, and it did rip a couple of the weak shorts. Deeyana still stayed in, and both Deeyana and I could make money, guys. There you go. So you never know.
Because half of the story here is time. So if you can time your pullback short, you can make money. And then Michael might go into a long after that pullback. He makes money. You know, it's intraday trading. It's
intraday trading. So we all traded as a team here. We talked it out. And Patrick came in here with some levels. Good stuff, Patrick. Good stuff.
So Fred's trolling the Bears versus the Packers.
Always.
Packers acquired Montez Sweet. I think I like the guy that. The Bears acquired Montez. That's right. I think I like the Bears trade better.
I'm trying to squeeze into the short here with Deeyana here up at 42.44 quarter.
68% of folks are short NASDAQ, 66% S&P.
Yeah.
The average price in S&P is 39 on the long side, 41 on the short side. Like 20s on the NASDAQ, 14,620 is where the shorts are. I'm getting in because I liked 17s last time, so I'm getting in again. I got 19s, and I'm going to get 20s.
Boy, you got a nice pop off of that too.
Yeah, average price of 21.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me that. Hopefully they took out all the. If I was still in that trade, I would have been I would have been a long. I would have been stopped out. I know that. Now, I still see it possibly could sell off a bit more and hit the 09s or the 10s or the evens down there. But and it's hanging out around here a little bit too effing long.
Let's not forget today, Jared Tendler for Power Players. That's a highlight here of the week. And Johnny Hoag's going to be with him on Power Players, and then group coaching with the Hoag.
If you haven't got his book, get his book. It's really good.
It is.
Andre Light on the stop on the short side.
Yeah.
Heavy on the short side.
Yeah, I see that.
And clear a bit. So 17s, I'm getting back in again. I shaved one off at 23, and then I got back in. I'm going to add another one.
Yeah, I'm buying
I got
one.
long 3. I like this a bit. I liked the 17s a while ago, and we're short heavy now.
I'm long from 41.5, guys. One lot.
41.5. Okay, I'm long from 17s and 23s. If you show me a 30, I'll take one of them off for 10 handles, which gives me a better average price. If you show me retesting the 17s again, I'll take a few of them off and leave one on. I want to see it firm up. Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I just want to say, hey, if you got a question for Jared Tendler, which is going to happen in a little over an hour, we've got a link. We're going to put a link in the YouTube chat. You need to use that. So if you got a question, I'm sure that you do, use that link that we just posted in our YouTube chat.
I didn't hit the 30s. I was taking a freaking drink of coffee. That would have been a nice one to move my average down. When you have like multiple lots on, if you take some profits off, peel off, scale out, whatever, you technically can move your entry price down below where it didn't even trade, and it sets you up for a runner because it gives it breathing room. I don't like the fact it's retesting this.
It's not as heavy anymore.
No, it's getting heavier. All right. You show me 30.
All right, we had new highs or buy new highs. Would you rather sell new highs or buy new highs? Wow. Sellers came in at 65%, buyers at 34%.
I would have expected more.
That's about 100 or 730 votes almost.
Come on, man. Dancing around down here does not make me feel. I took one off.
So a couple of things I'm looking at is if we stay with this seed selling tail, it will mean some excess and a failed auction. That would increase the chances of the market going through the initial balance. If it doesn't do that, and if it starts to creep back up over the initial balance in the next 30-minute period, that's going to make me jump out of this position. But for now, for me, it's still a valid idea.
Andre, we need it to firm up a bit. It's trying.
Firm up or just sideways. I'm fine with sideways.
Yes, yeah, me too. I'm fine with sideways. Why'd you say sideways? Because we got the low of the range.
The shorts. Well, the same reason we've rallied the last. I'm looking at the 5 minute 1, 2, 3.
Yep, that's what I'm looking at. We're at the bottom of the 5 minute range, which is fine with me. Shorts came in there like it's going to sell off. A little late to the party, in my opinion, but
I just realized I've been muted this whole time.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Such is life.
I'm talking. I'm like, oh, nobody cares.
it's not holding.
Everyone's just ignoring Hoag.
John.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, right.
It's not holding. I covered. I got out.
For the party.
Oh man,
I'm buying 09s, 05s, evens.
Better
Yeah, I was
prices.
saying a lot of liquidity was higher. We had a lot of liquidity up at 43.50. I'm sorry, 42.50.
42.50, yeah.
Right, and now I'm looking kind of lower, and we got some liquidity kind of coming in below the market. I've been trying to squeeze into your short here, up at 44.25, and it just got close. Didn't quite get there. I'm not in yet, but we'll see what happens. But I get a feeling I've missed this one now. We got to take out these lows that we're at right now. We start taking out that low volume below here, and then we'll see where it goes from there, of course.
Okay.
But yeah, I went from not trying to pick a top to kind of
To pick it up.
looking at this as
Yeah.
as
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so anytime there's a huge push, clean push to either side, really, there's a chance that the edge of that area acts as a bounce point. So I am fully aware of that.
yeah.
But at the same time, if it does start to take it out, it usually just drops straight through. So right now, it's not doing either of those things. It's just dancing right on that area.
Right at the point of volume.
Yeah. Yeah.
I worked myself back into that trade.
I got out.
Three lot. It went down there, retested the 17s, 16s, 15s. Still hold. Those are holding. Now, don't get me wrong. If it comes back and tests the 20s, he gone. And then by he gone, I'm out of that trade. But I'd love the 35s to hit. Take a 30 off, take a 35 off, let a one lot run.
Rick saying it's barcoding. Here it is.
It is.
Barcode.
It is barcoding.
Yep.
What does that mean? Or just identifying
You
it?
got a lot of just price bar overlap, no direction.
Yep. That's sideways, yeah.
Yep.
Consolidations, yeah. Barcoding, that's a good way.
Armando
I haven't heard
is-
that one before.
Armando's saying, Michael, your trade is at a dizzying pace.
It
Hard
is
to keep up.
I'm
Not knocking it, just an observation. Interested to see and learn.
Yep, working myself into a position. It's going to keep testing. I'm out. If it said it came down to test. If I miss it, I missed it.
Right now.
I haven't made yet. I haven't lost too much on that. Still roughly around the same P&L. My commissions are a little higher or whatever. But 22s. Give me an 09. Just flush these effers out. 10s, 09s, 05s.
Is that an industry term?
I was just going to say. You do teach that one in your course, John.
Back in. I'm not. This is hanging out here way too long. Way too long. All right, I'm out.
Well,
Okay.
we got a lot of barcoding going on the short time frame here, don't we?
We do.
24s, 18s.
Good to
I'll
see
be
you,
right,
Randolph.
yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get some water.
Yeah.
Water?
What is water? I'm terrible with drinking water.
That's the stuff that rusts pipes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not good.
Wine does not rust pipes.
It doesn't. And,
Bourbon
if you
does
drink
not rust
water while you're drinking wine, you're just diluting the wine. So.
Yeah. I get most of my my liquids from the ice melting in my bourbon.
I love that.
What's your favorite bourbon, Johnny?
Well,
Walker?
I mean, my go-to.
What's your go-to?
Jim Beam.
Jim Beam.
Jim Beam. Old Uncle Jim. But I mean, I do like, some of your finer bourbons. But if it's, just a Tuesday morning, probably just Jim Beam.
I'm quite into Japanese whiskeys myself. They're all blended, but they have almost like a honey sort of taste to it.
Oh, you got the honey one? Honey Jack? I got a bottle of that.
No, it's actually one of my favorite whiskeys is a Japanese whiskey called Nika from the Barrel.
Huh.
If you've never tried it, give it a go. It's really nice. It's really high alcohol though content.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like 52.
That's
or
when you
something.
kick it into the wild turkey.
Yeah, you don't need much. Again, quality over quantity.
Oh,
You
Michael.
guys are all talking about a lot of my favorite bourbons. I mean, you had me at bourbon, really.
Yeah.
What is your favorite bourbon, John?
Hey, I got long 17s. Got a better position, a little bit better position.
Yeah, I mean, you got a little pop off of that too.
Yeah, it's dancing. It's barcoding.
Michael Talley saying Michael and Andre are pulling that Tom Brady comeback. Shy City locals.
It's only Wednesday.
Man, this is not holding up. Look at how tight the 5-minute bars are. This is a stupid trade. But it's at the low volume. It's at the shoulder of a high volume node on the downside, both for the S&P and for the Nasdaq.
Oh, yeah, but that's where you want. That's where
Yeah, I
you
know.
want your entries. It's not a dumb trade, Michael.
It's a tough trade.
Well, they're all tough.
Yeah.
Trading is
All
a
right,
tough business.
I'm out of the gold trade.
Gold?
Yeah,
Ouch.
that's all right. I didn't take the full.
The full cost?
Well, no, I did. Almost. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So you're still short S&Ps, right?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get into that. I'm just watching now.
Right now, I'm doing a bit of a P&L trade. To tell you the
So
truth.
that's down a grand.
Okay. Happens to the best of us, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that was my Monday. John, you missed that one. That was a
Oh,
doozy.
really?
Yeah, my crude oil level, the one that I called on the stream, actually came in just after lunch, and he got like 67 ticks. So that's cool.
I like these high volume nodes. I want to suck it back in. Suck it back into it's on a
That's the
shoulder.
comfy level. That's the
Yeah.
comfy level, right?
Comfy level. There's your 30s. Hit my 30s. I'm gonna let this one run a bit.
Are you trying to play a breakout right now? Because
Yes.
we've been rage bound for 40 minutes right now.
Okay, then I got one of them out. I'll play this one for a breakout, and I'll bring it back down here to break even.
Smart.
Oh shit! I did not hit the break even button.
You got into another one, didn't you?
No. I got out. Damn it! I went to because I right clicked to put a stop in, and I left clicked. So I would have had this one on.
That
I would have
happens to me.
had this one on. Yeah, but whatever.
That happens to me on trade rate. I can never remember whether it's a right click or left click.
Yeah.
Right, thinking about a long crude somewhere.
That happens.
Hey, John,
Yes.
JP Rivas is asking for Hoag. For the NASDAQ, is the current single prints a risk for longs?
Current single.
Okay. So I think what he is talking about is here. So, we had an accumulation of time and volume down here. These single ticks, single prints is what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So this is rejection. This is rejection of lower pricing, rejection, new area of acceptance. So with these single TPOs, this should be a supportive area. If it's not, something has changed. So almost like looking at the high volume to low volume nodes, like we do sometimes in directional trade. Anything down here is you're looking for a long because you're looking for the single prints to hold or the low volume area to hold as support. And then, we see what happens as the day goes on. The problem is, we take this long down here. This is a whole long, low volume node that takes us all the way down to here. So it's just kind of difficult to gauge your risk. If we start taking out the single TPOs by a lot, that's probably going to be something that would scare me out of long if I were holding that. Would you agree, Dee?
Yeah, I find the single prints inside the initial balance a little bit less reliable than when they're located outside of the initial balance. Yeah, so that would be the only thing to add.
Excellent
but yeah,
point.
I agree with everything else you said. Yeah.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
Like here's the early range single TPOs. This was probably a little bit more reliable as far as a resistance level than we're looking at here as this is support.
Andre, I got back into that one at the 30s. I got a 2-lot in there, but then I covered one right away, let the other one go, and then covered 39s. And now I'm up 2, almost 2, but now it's pulling back. So a dance.
All right, I'm going to try long crude oil here. Just one contract, 82.78.
Wow, this gold sort of fell out.
Little barcoding in crude oil today too, huh?
Yeah.
James, I'm grabbing the water. I'll be back.
Yeah, crude running all the way down past settlement, so it looked like it was very healthy. Did a 180 here on us. Last trade here. We're looking at the 94 halves.
So, you know how I said storm in a teacup? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what it means.
Storm in a teacup.
Is this what you mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Whole bunch of nothing.
A storm in a teacup. All right. Well, we are still kind of barcoding in the equities.
Yes, we sure are.
Michael's done a nice job of just kind of scalping his way through this morning. He's up some.
Yep.
One trade didn't work, didn't take a loss on it, and just been waiting for the next thing. It is FOMC day, so
it is FOMC. I'm wondering if we're going to be range bound for the next few hours.
It usually gives me a reason not to do anything, but I hate that.
Same. Yeah, FOMC days are my worst days. Like I said even before. Yeah, I'm just not very good at. I don't know why. It's just price action doesn't really quite do things that I wanted to do on FOMC days. All the other days, absolutely fine. Even NFP, it was actually one of my biggest breadwinners. It's just. I don't know. Somehow, every time I get involved in a trade, it's always like, and there's like a whole bunch of minus 0.5, minus 0.5, plus 0.8, minus 0. It's like, Christ, okay, this is painful.
Do you find the same thing during when the market's in rollover, like the equities?
Oh yeah. So the last day of the contract rollover is always terrible as well. So on those days, I just make sure that I'm sizing down and that I'm getting out if it's not really working without staying in trades for like 45 minutes or whatever. So yeah, it's always a little bit tricky when the volume is halfway into the old contract, halfway into the new contract. It's like, where are we going to go, guys? And then usually it just does something really irregular around levels that I don't really have around there. So I just end up being stuck in the middle.
Fiddle in the middle.
Exactly.
Hey, inside an hour, excitement should happen. We got Jared Tendler, which is a fan favorite. With us and with Hoag here, so get yourself ready. We have pinned if you got a question for Jared, we pinned it on the top of our YouTube channel. You need to send it through that link. So if you want to keep working with him after the broadcast is over, you got to check out his coaching and accountability platform called The Mental Game of Trading Live. Now, members of this private online platform get benefits of private coaching at a fraction of the cost. There's 2 memberships to choose from, Essential and Premium, where you can participate in 5 strategy sessions a month and get feedback directly from Jared and get access to this knowledge library and talk to other traders in private member forums. So remember,
Very nice.
Mental Game of Trading Live.
Always great to see Jared. Always good. Make sure you get your questions in. If he has time, he may go to the chat on YouTube, but usually he doesn't have much time. Usually the questions are in, and always good questions. You guys always have really good questions. So make sure you get them in so you get it answered, and then group coaching after that.
There you go. All right, I'm going to post a link in there if you want. JaredTendler.com, and there's the link I posted. There it is. There you go, Chris.
I can't find my coffee cup, so
What
I
the hell
took
are you doing?
So I took my kids' school soup container to keep
there
it
you
all
go.
that
Little sippy cup for Michael.
Look at they put magnets on it and all that stuff now.
There you go. Now your poor child's wondering, oh my God, I lost it. Oh my God, where is it?
Oh, they're all cracked out on candy, man. They didn't have school today.
Oh, they hit the jackpot.
No, huh?
Jackpot.
Wow.
Mom let them stay up and watch Coco Melon.
You got to teach them how to trade now. You know, I'll trade 2 Mars bars for 1 Snickers.
Well,
Nice.
we're starting. What's called sharing at this point, but yeah,
I guess that'll be a good start, right?
yeah, sharing's like the first start. How to barter by sharing.
How about I just take all your candy and keep mine?
We'll get that. We'll get them to turn that into a for-profit type of.
There you go.
Here very soon, trust me.
Topstep candy.
Yep, Dad will be all over that.
Row E, $700 in resets. Slow down, my friend. All right, you're doing something wrong. You're rushing things too much.
Yeah,
Personal loss limit's going to help you with that. Get that personal loss limit in there.
we reach out to folks that get themselves in that bind. Look, I get it.
Yeah.
I lost $90,000 in a personal brokerage account, and
9,000.
yeah, you can get whacked really quick on your personal brokerage account, and you can die by 1,000 cuts on funding companies. So either way, those 2 scenarios, you better get your damn discipline in place to everybody, including my early self as a trader back in the day.
There you go.
You got it. It's on a low volume. It's on the volume shoulder right now. Again, down here. I just got long 1 1/4. Guys, tilt's pretty short.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, so a couple people noticed that this is the rally sweater, so it doesn't surprise me that we rallied today. There was this was dubbed my rally sweater during market prep. I saw Ghost in a JT Irby noticed I was wearing the rally sweater today, so that's why we're up.
I got 2 more in at 18. This is where I get a little dicey. This is where it is dicey. You know, this is where it is dicey. I'm gonna get out of one. I'm gonna keep
those single TPOs. Then things may have changed. D, you're looking good.
Yeah.
Speaking of D, Deeyana, you got an average trade hold time? Oh, your volume, you're muted.
No, she's on mute.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, I'm muted because my husband was talking to me earlier. Yeah, so I do have the average trade time, but that will vary wildly between from trader to trader, because it's like down to how you trade. So even if you're using similar levels, gosh, I can't speak today, Jesus. Even if you're using similar levels to me, so using market profile, average daily highs, and all that, it still doesn't mean that we will have a similar trade whole time. And even people who trade exactly the same way, everything, it varies wildly. So just because I have a 45-minute trade duration as an average, that doesn't mean that yours is going to be the same. It might be longer, it might be shorter. It really depends. So it also depends on the product that you're trading too. So for me, I think on ES, I generally have a bit of a longer trade time. So maybe let's say, I think it's 90 minutes or so, if I can remember correctly. But for something like crude oil and gold, usually it's 45 minutes. So if in 45 minutes my trades do nothing and they're still either in, scratch or minor drawdown, it's time to start thinking about exiting.
Speaking of exiting, I got crushed in that one for $1,000.
Yeah, I joined the club.
We went to the well one too many times down there, Mike.
100,000%, John. Yep.
Yeah, I'm 1,120 down at the moment from that gold.
So Raul,
I got hit by for $1,000 there. So
yeah, but here's what I do like about it. A couple things down here. And I like this volume node down here at 67.70 edge. It is. Coming off right, what was it? The 98s was the low right there. I was talking about the 07s earlier, the 17s. So technically, a 20 handle stop on both of those would not have been hit yet.
You mainly get out?
I had a 3-lot on. Yeah, I was liking it, and I still like it.
I saw what tilt was.
Tilt's very heavy, guys. Look at the very top. Longs average shorts or longs average price are 05s. So they're in the money a bit right here.
Yes, they are.
Shorts are in the money.
Somebody's got a toy.
Yeah, I think he's got a little dogfight going on over there.
And unless it's her husband, you better check your husband.
I'm out of the crude oil, so that's another minus 190. I think that's going to be me done for the day. So I'm keeping the CS going, but that's my cue that it's not the day for me. Again, FOMC days, terrible. So everything rests on my ES short now.
To take a long, Johnny?
If it gets down there, it's something I would consider.
I got long 04s. It's going to be light and tight.
I see what you see, Johnny.
Yeah.
There's your light and tight. There's your evens. There's the floor falling out.
You hear that? They're fighting in the background. Right, let me let them out because they're going to get loud.
Sounds like the pit. Everybody kind of growling.
They sound like some. Yeah, they sound like some kind of a like the beehive. That's what it really sounds like. All right, let me just let them out.
JP, if you got if anybody has any comments or suggestions, please send those to TopstepTV at topstep.com. We appreciate any suggestions and comments sent that way. So please do that.
Yeah, we got a lot of good feedback in the last go around with the survey.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the one that said less MP.
Yeah.
The one? I'm kidding. There was
no. Yeah, there
MP.
There was less than a handful.
It's like that ain't happening, folks. I don't know what to tell you. That just ain't happening.
Look, I don't always have to wake up at 6 a.m. to get here on time.
MP makes it fun. Michael, you got to be here. I love it.
You're the star of the show, dude.
No, Hoag is. Then now it's Deeyana. 1, 2, 3. I'm last. You're third. Eddie, you're actually in there.
Oh, I'm way down there.
I'm in there somewhere. I'm in the closet.
Man, come on, firm up. There's a higher volume node down here in the 80s that I do like. Tilt is really short right now. They're getting paid. Longs are taking minimal to no heat. Shorts are in the money easily.
So that volume profile, that histogram basically includes the overnight on that chart, right, Michael?
Yeah, yes, it does. And then you said what level is a high volume or a weekly kickoff high? Because to me, that might help hold.
Well, in the NASDAQ, it's 14,590.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's where I'm getting long.
Look at this love Michael's getting now in the comments.
Oh, is he?
Team's here.
A lot of
baby.
love.
Team
Someone like
Michael.
Raw.
You have your own like Swifties. We got to come up with a name for your fan club, Patak.
Swifties.
We're going to be having a Michael Patak bobblehead giveaway here soon.
Patakis. They're not
Patakis.
Swifties. They're Patakis.
Patakis.
Hey, we got some time for our Team Top Step Halloween.
Oh yeah, let's check
We've
it out.
got we did come in. There was here's some pictures of Wayne's World. There's
That's
Wayne's
pretty
World.
good.
That's Ryan.
Rock on.
Ryan's on our product team. He's
Yeah.
kick-ass.
That's really good.
Party on. There we go.
Nice.
Great minds think alike.
Whose are those? Whose babies are those?
That's great, Jack.
One on the left is mine.
Ah, there you go.
Very cute. Yeah.
There's Kevin.
Rock Lobster.
Rock Lobster with the B-52. He's got a video too with the music in the background.
That's hilarious.
Woohoo!
Oh no.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Yep.
There we go.
All right.
That's Brooks' Weekend at Bernie's. Oh, who's Ninja Pooch?
That's cute.
Looks very excited.
That's cute.
What else you got for
Hey,
me?
100 lot at 94 even. 100 lot at 94 even. I was telling you guys I like 90s. So 100 lot at 94 evens. Big time shorts right now. And everybody's getting short. The 100 lot just got long. Just watch it. 100 lot got
I also got crude oil shorts for entertainment purposes. Come on. 8248 CL short 1.
248. Okay.
If we get time, we got to bring Sarah's picture back because that
saw that
is
one.
Top Step related.
Oh, yes. That was really fun.
There it is. There is our Top Step fire drill.
Oh,
Top Step
nice,
TV
Sarah.
fire drill. I love it, Sarah.
That was great.
Very creative.
Well, there you have it. Yes, we have fun here at Top Step. And yes, we work our asses off.
Well, if this slips, I slipped up my day, but if this holds, I feel pretty good. I'm long from 91s. Trading 86s.
91s.
Trading 86s. 100 lot got in at 92s-ish.
Got it.
It's this high volume node down here is my only real scare.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
68s. That's where I'd get stopped out for sure.
Hey, Mr. Hoag,
sir.
how do we get this weekend kickoff calculated? How's it? Let's talk about the NASDAQ. How's it 14,590 in the NASDAQ? Dave wants to know.
They're kind of an amalgamation of a lot of things: technical analysis, market profile information, sometimes measured moves, some tea leaves, and something that I can't mention because the rooster gets mad when I do. But it's
Bat wings.
It's kind of a I don't know. I don't know that I could teach somebody else to find them. There's just kind of a wiggle to them, I guess. I don't know what the right word is for it, but
They're pretty dialed in though.
yeah, I keep it how I find them relatively proprietary, and sometimes there's other influences. JD had a lot to do with the ones this week, so
Nice.
yeah. But I find them useful some days.
Oh, I'm out. My God. I'm getting long down to the 68s.
Dude, hold on. You're giving,
Yeah, slow down a little bit.
dude, we got FOMC later.
Yeah, take a break.
Yeah, I told you earlier too. I'm like, I think it's going to return to settlement. Where do you think it's going?
Bourbon. Yes, Jay Hilton. Sometimes there actually is bourbon involved in those decisions
That helps.
for the weekly kickoff.
Oh, you can get a lot of that voodoo on Bourbon Street, right?
Hey, Eddie.
Those are quite relaxing.
Well, like our tip of the day was, be patient. Be patient.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm following that one.
No. You were guns blazing since from the bell.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's time to take time out.
You were guns blazing.
What do I have? What do I have aside? 68 aside.
Yeah.
So definitely over my average,
Yeah, a little over trading, perhaps, Michael.
perhaps. God, look at that.
Yep, average steady high. Failed auction. Yes.
Yeah, the shorts are finally going to get some chicken.
Well, we got a break here.
Chicken.
Deeyana, you sent us some pictures, some images of your fur babies.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. There's everyone.
I'm glad you got a big backyard.
No, that's a private. It's like a private woodland with a field. Because in London you can only do 4 of them on the lead at the same time, or just 4 dogs in a park. So what I do, I go to Surrey, which is like the countryside, and I hire this private field with a little forest, and then we just let everybody off there. So yeah, it's
And they
pretty
just
fun.
run.
Yeah, so we do that
Oh, look at it.
twice a week. Yeah, so that's Crichty on the left, Astrid Mimi in the middle with a massive tongue, and then 7 Jerry Bear on the right. 7 Jerry
Voice
because
changed.
yeah, so it's she's a reactive dog, but we call her the Borg because 7 of 9 is her name. Yeah, I don't know whether you guys know about Star Trek and Voyager, so I'm a huge fan. Literally borderline Trekkie.
Really?
So naturally, one of my dogs is called 7.
That's awesome.
That's so
Very
good.
nice. They are cute. They are
They
cute.
are. They're very cute. Yeah.
You have a lot of love around there, don't you?
Yeah, and they get away with murder as
Of
well
course they
because
do.
they're so cute.
Yes, they're mama's babies.
Yeah,
I hear that all the time with Lacey.
yeah.
Don't do that.
Come on, unconditional love. I mean, what could you ask for more?
Right.
Unconditional.
Yep. All right. Those are great pictures. Thanks for sending those in.
Well, coming up in about a half an hour. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you got your questions in. Remember, use that form to submit. We pinned it on top for Jared. Any questions you do have, he will use those.
Where's Jared out of?
Philly.
Billy, nice.
Go Eagles.
Billy.
Oh, Philly, yeah.
Well,
Go.
I am going to bow out here to make room for the shoulder tap
Cool.
and prepare for the session with Jared at 11. Keep us on the good side, D. I know we're all trading.
Yeah.
Michael, good trading today. You're up.
Yeah.
You're positive.
Oh yeah, I feel okay.
Be patient. It's a long day. Lots of stuff coming up. So, and all of you, great to see everybody. Thanks. I'll see you at about 11 with Jared. Love and stay cool, folks. Stay cool. We'll see you later. All right.
Thank you, Johnny Hoag. All right.
So that 100 lot just took about 12 handles heat, 10 handles heat. This is where it got in. Back at here is another. And this is NASDAQ. Got in, got long, around the 90 area.
Central face television.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andre, what are you seeing?
Nothing. I'm just sitting on my hands till something pops.
I like the pullback though. I like
Crude oil dropping.
there was a 100 lot in there. I don't know how it breaks up on a time and sales, and I don't know if time and sales breaks them up or puts them together. Back in the day, you used to be able to look at it in order to see what house it came from, which means what clearing firm it came from, to get an idea of who was the big order.
That's how you knew if you were screwed or not.
Well,
Yeah, I think we've got like things like Bookmap, Footprint. I think it can kind of visualize that information a little bit better these days.
On the trading floor, we used to have the player's card. You'd walk around the pit and say, what did they do? What did they do? What did they do? You get an idea.
Absolutely. That was I'm sure that was super helpful.
Yeah, exactly.
I would love to know what Goldman and Merrill, what they were doing.
Yeah.
I can say from my auto spreader days is you got to be careful there because you don't always know why they're taking that trade.
Yep.
So oftentimes we were slamming huge orders into something just to get it because we had got a good price in something else that we had to hedge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you run into the old iceberg and you're like, oh, great. Here we
Is that still legal these days?
I don't know.
Because there's like
Iceberging
spoofing.
is-
There was so there was spoofing that was going on. So
Spoofing, yeah.
So institution kind of puts a ton of orders on, like as if they're like waiting, and then they just pull them. So they make it look as if the market is like heavy.
Yeah, that's illegal.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they did in oil a lot. I know spoofing was big in oil.
Yeah.
Bastards.
They are.
You know, there has been some questions about those cool hats you guys are wearing. Now, if you see the hat Andre's wearing and the hat that Michael is wearing and the logo behind him, if you've taken a 5K in payouts, you are eligible to join the club. Get one of these great hats that everyone wants. So email Danielle at TopstepTV at topstep.com and she will ship it to you. Now, we're only giving these out to Topstep TV viewers who have taken the 5K total in payouts. So right now, you can't get them anywhere else.
Correctamundo.
Yep, they cannot be bought. They can only be earned.
They can only be earned. And they can only be earned if you're also tuning in.
You got to tune in, man. You got to.
I think that was called level 3 data way back in the day. Don't know for sure. I knew some guys in the pit that got busted for spoofing.
How would you spoof in the pit?
I don't know, man. That's
You go,
why
on 50 and then you pull it?
I think it was kind of yeah.
That's
I
a
got
good
my
way to
own-
get punched in the face.
I got my own, I got my own comments.
If you say I'm out, yeah, you're filled. No, I'm out. Yeah, no, that's not working.
Yeah,
Gish was good for that.
Kiss? Who?
Gish is. Never mind. Yes, there was a guy in the pit that would always make real orders into the market. There you go. That's not spoofing. 80 bid off. 80 bid off. 80 bid off.
Oh, yeah. See, that's yeah. No. So would you guys just ignore him then?
No, right when somebody goes 80, you go 100
Yeah.
because he didn't say off yet, and then you'd be like, "What?" And then you'd have him quit it, knock it off, and there'd be like a yell it out, knock it out argument.
And then the punching, kicking, screaming, yelling, spitting, farting, everything.
Yeah, it's usually when somebody's on tilt emotionally.
Yeah, we had somebody in one of the prop firms who I think he lost a ton of cash or something, and he went to the restrooms, and then we just heard smash.
Nice.
So we were like, oh shit, like what happened?
We had one of those guys. Michael, remember the guy that stuck a pen in his arm and walked out and punched holes in the wall?
Really?
Blah, 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 blah. Blew out that day. Takes a pen, sticks it in his arm. His girlfriend's his clerk. He pulls it out. Blood starts flying.
Come
and
on.
Never saw him again.
Walked down the steps, put like 3 holes in the wall, and that was it. He was done. Done.
He was a
heard that one.
Reuter
That's
too.
incredible.
Yeah.
He was
a bouncer.
Yeah, he was a bouncer.
He was a bouncer at Rodman's, the Crowbar.
Yeah, crowbar.
Yeah, no, he was a bouncer there.
Yeah, roid rage not good. Right, so I'm looking at 81.94, maybe 81.89 for my profits in crude oil. So we can get there.
CZ, how many Harleys do I have? I am done with motorcycles. I took a spill on a highway and I learned my lesson.
Same here. I took an intensive care for 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my trader friends, we were actually pretty close. He's still into motorcycles, but he had a pretty serious motorbike accident when he was young. So he kind of screwed up his memory a little bit.
No, no.
Is that why you got back into motorcycles?
Probably, yeah, I don't know. He just sent me a picture. He bought 2. And I'm like,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
mate, that's what you need in your life.
Exactly.
Is Hoag gone? Well, he's gone just for the moment. He's
Yeah.
going to be back
Prepping.
top of the hour with Jared. Yeah. Hey, look, I'm back. My God. Makeup.
Okay, I like getting long down here on this higher volume node, but then I could be picking bottoms.
It looks like a team Shy City locals picked up some gained ground that they needed today.
Yep. Day's still early.
It's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one.
Hopefully.
Give me a flush out. Show me that the longs are flushed
I
out.
think the rally might be over for now.
Well, FOMC today, so I mean, if you're holding a nice profit, you might just want to sort of step away and just wait until we see what they've got to say.
Yeah, go for a walk, then keep walking.
Wow,
That's good.
that was trying to pick up Deeyana at a bar. That was her line.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's take a walk, but you keep walking.
Just keep on going.
Oh my God, that's good.
Yeah,
I like
all right. I'm a bit rude in bars.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, I think that we have Mick waiting in the
My
wings,
God,
so to
it's
speak.
Mick.
and I
Let's
know
get Mick in
Deanna's
here.
got to head out soon, but yeah.
I'm sorry. All right, we're going to take just a few seconds. We're going to set it up. It was nice seeing everybody, and we're going to bring Mick in here for shoulder tap. Let's see what our traders have done. Be right back. Welcome to Shoulder Tapping. We've got Mick.
Who?
Mick, I said.
Really?
Yes, Mick.
Unbelievable.
Of course.
Oh, I like it.
How you doing, Mick?
What's up, guys? I'm pretty well. How are you?
Hey, Mick.
What's happening, Mick?
Hey, FOMC day. It's been a little quiet in the group of live traders today. Funded traders, people in XFA are kind of rocking and rolling, but people in the live accounts, it seems like people are sitting on their hands a little bit, which is something common when we have the statement coming out in the afternoon.
You apparently didn't look at my account because I was not sitting on my hands. But hey, glad the other trader there.
I saw you up about $2,000 earlier. Then you were down about break even, and last I looked up a couple 400 or something like that.
Ish.
Yeah.
Patrick came on and said he had a good day.
P&L with the fees and commissions. P&L without the fees and commissions.
Oh yeah, probably scratch today with the fee, with all the fees and commissions. 670 aside, 70 side 140, 140 times $2, 250. Yep. Actually, down money, probably $50.
Oh shit! There we go.
Yeah. I always just call it like $5 a side if you're trading with.
Oh come on, man! Damn.
Well, hey, listen, let's get this kicked off. I wanted to talk a little bit about something Michael and I were talking about yesterday afternoon, and that was last week's P&L. Not the group of our funded traders, but the group of our live traders. We had one of the worst weeks last week. From performance-wise from our traders in the live accounts, and I'll chalk it up partially to me being out of office and Brett having to watch over the trader. But no, I wanted to talk about that, and the markets have been tough, and I wanted to bring it up because I wanted to share. We don't always have traders making money hand over fist. There are lulls, there's peaks and troughs, and last week was one of our troughs. The group of live accounts, they lost about $131,000 on the week, which is painful to see. It's painful to see also since we haven't seen that bad of performance between Q1, Q2, or Q3 for just weekly P&L. So I don't know, Michael, if you have any comments on it. You had asked me yesterday when I shared that information, you're like, what happened? I was like, well, we had 60-something instances of losing days, and we had double that instances in 60-something instances in winning days, and then more than double that in losing days. And it was just the losses from those traders. Most of them are in the 150K accounts, so they've got the big loss limits, and we just saw a lot of people hitting the loss limits last week.
Did you have are a lot of people opened up on the loss limits?
No, not on the live accounts. No, we've seen that most of those people that are getting called up to live, keeping it in live, they're a little bit more tight with their risk, their downside risk, which I love to see. It's great. Mm-hmm. We talk about the Hughes, France, Kyle, who we had on Power Players. These are traders that are putting up $20,000, $30,000, $60,000 in a day and still only risking $3,000. So we have a lot of people with that limiting the downside risk mindset in the live accounts, which is, I'm happy about that because we're calling those people up from the express funded to the live prop firm. And when they get there, they're like, hey, I'm exactly where I want to be. I'm going to make sure I keep a tight lid on my downside risk. So
Smart.
we just had a lot of traders that contributed to those losses last week.
Look, the market giveth and it taketh. We watch it all the time, and when I say that from you as a trader individually during the day, as us as a traders as a whole, we get paid and we don't get paid, and we see that all the time. So it sounds like last week was a market taketh
week.
Yeah, and I was talking with someone on our marketing team about that, and they mentioned, we should talk about this trend a little bit, and I said, I'd like to be careful calling it a trend. I think of it as more of an anomaly, and anomalies pop up. But this is a good example of, now I'm talking about a group as whole, but for you as an individual trader, anomalies pop up. Markets can be quiet, and then one day they go wackadoo, and you've got too much on, and then you're someone who's, a four-figure trader day in, day out, make or lose it, and then all of a sudden you have, a 5-figure losing day potentially.
Yep.
So these anomalies are things that we as traders need to be, always on our toes with, whether it's keeping stops on, open positions or whatnot. Like, things happen, and I just wanted to share because, things could happen with our traders in the live accounts too, the best of the best that we call up to be trading at the prop firm. So just wanted to share. I don't think there's a whole lot much more there other than making people aware of, even our greatest traders can have a rough time at it.
Somebody coming your way, Mick. Marcus Wu just passed 100K combine today.
All right,
Wow.
Marcus,
Oh, yeah.
congratulations. I like it. What does Marcus trade? I know he can't get an answer back to us quickly, but I'd be curious to hear what he's trading and have him tell us a little bit about his strategy.
There you go.
Speaking of someone passing the trading combine, I want to talk about some trader success metrics. I just talked about some lack thereof success last week, and Michael, you had asked to get this image up yesterday, but we weren't able to get it. I know we've got it queued up and ready. I want to share with our traders, our viewers out there, some of the trader success metrics that
There we go.
see. Now,
Very cool.
Nice.
we'll walk through all these metrics. These metrics that you're looking at right now it's an average of a pretty good sample size of the traders that we on the risk team pull up from the express funded accounts into live accounts. So let's take it from the top. And granted, I want to preface with, this was a good sample size, like I said. So some of these metrics it's an average. So some will be far on one end of the spectrum. Other traders will be on the other end of the spectrum. But on average, this is kind of what the demographic of people that get called up to live are portraying in their trading. Average P&L, about $2,500 per day. Average trades, 17. Average winning trade, 714. So, that's pretty good if you're just trading a one lot.
Yes, it is.
And then average losing trade, I'm proud to share this. I was hoping that this metric wouldn't be lopsided, but
Right.
Our traders that are getting called up, they're taking more on their winning trades than they're risking to the markets on average, with the average losing trades being smaller. And then something you guys hear from me about, I'll talk about it on one of our trading cards coming up here in a little bit, but winning trade hold time is more than double of the time spent in losing trades. And what this tells me, what this should be telling all of you, is that, what we consider to be the best performance out of our traders, we're seeing them spending far greater time in their winning trades than they are in their losing trades. Any trading coach, any mentor will tell you to be impatient with your losing trades and be patient with the winning trades. You hear it from me a lot. I think the bulk of the money made out of the markets is a trader who's got a long side bias or a short side bias, and they put a trade on at a good trade location and they catch a piece of the trend for the day. They don't need to catch the whole move, but this is what I see out of the most successful traders here at Topstep. It's not people that are getting long and short all throughout the day with short time frame holds. These are long hold times, and they have conviction in their positioning, and they want to see a move out of the market. And then also really great statistics here, 77% winning days. These traders are making money
That's
3/4 out of the time.
That's awesome.
Yes, that's incredible.
Yes. And then I love this one too, 68% winning trades. This is very high for winning trades because you really don't need to have 68% winning trades to be successful. You could be successful with 40% winning trades as long as your framed out risk reward is framed out properly, meaning you're looking to profit more than you're willing to risk on these trades. So, that's a statistic, that's a metric I'm very proud of from our group as a whole that get called up to the live accounts. I'd be curious to see if there's some people out there watching that actually have superior metrics to what we're seeing here.
I'd like to see if anybody can comment in here and has similar stats. And if you're in here and you have similar stats, this whole time Mick was talking, like, that sure as hell sounds like me. Throw it in here. That's pretty good to know.
Yeah, please do. Please do give us a call if you want to get called up to live. All right, so thanks for pulling up the trader success metrics. One thing I want to talk about, and this is kind of a shoulder tap to one of our funded traders, Nicholas. I'll just leave it at that. Nicholas has a live account as well as 3 express funded accounts. And I want to talk a little bit about trade copying here, pros and cons to it. Obviously, if you've got 3 express funded accounts and you're trade copying in those accounts and it works out, you're going to get a good bang for your buck depending on your position sizing. The flip side or alternative of that is having a rough day in all 3 of those accounts, plus then this live account. And Nicholas today, he's been trade copying. It's been working well for him. He'd been in previous express funded accounts that we had called up to live. He's got a nice big healthy account balance in that live account, but today he got whacked pretty good in the markets. He is someone who we expanded a loss limit for, or loss limits for, in his express funded accounts because he did get a good, nice, healthy account balance. So he today, with his expanded loss limit, he lost $4,500 across 3 of his express funded accounts. Ooh. So comes out to $13,500 in losses. That's a lot to lose in a day. But then think about this live account that he also lost $3,000 in. This is someone who's basically making the same trades across his 3 XFAs. That's automated with the trade copying, but then he's doing the same thing in his live account. And so he's got 4 funded level accounts. It didn't work out in, and he lost $16,500 in a day.
Damn,
quite a big number.
That's a big number. Yeah.
Now he is, like I said, he's got a healthy account balance in that live account. The XFA balances have kind of eroded a little bit, but even if you have I'll put it into perspective, $100,000 trading account and you lose $16,500 in a day, that's 16.5% of your trading account right there. That's a lot of money to be risking in any given day. So I wanted to point that out to the traders. I know a lot of people out there love the trade copying. You know how good it feels when you can trade copy and be profitable in the 3 accounts. But then I wanted to just share, this was someone who's actually got a really good eye for the markets. Losing days are going to come, but they took a big ding today. So that one stings for the trader, stings for us over here watching too.
Yep. Hey, Mick, Cole is putting his numbers out. What would you say to this? 75% winning days, average winning day 587, average losing day 540.
That works.
So
that works.
His risk rewards about 1-to-1 right there with how much he's winning on his average day versus how much he's losing on his average day. So if he's doing 1-to-1 on his winning trades and losing trades, he's going to need to maintain a high winning day percentage to be profitable. So I'm not knocking those metrics whatsoever. If you can keep and maintain that high 70-something, winning day percentage, good on you.
Cool. Thank you.
There's some of these questions that will also be good to share with Jared Tendler, such as modifying your strategy while using a while you are in a losing trade or losing for the day is very mental game. We're having a mental game session here in 10 minutes? Is that right? 10. Inside of 10. So tune in. You're going to get your mental tank full of hopefully new knowledge and questions answered.
Yeah, I'll be tuning into that. I'm looking forward to having Jared on and hearing what he's got to say about that stuff. Seeing that I got the countdown and we've got about 8 minutes left, I got a couple people that I want to feature on the trading cards. One is a shout out, one is a shoulder tap. I want to first go with the shoulder tap that I've got for James Z, who's one of our traders in a live account. Now,
Oswego.
Look at that.
I know Oswego.
Yeah, not too far from the city. Too far from the city. James has been with us for 10 years now. And
wow. Respect.
Yeah,
JC.
Mad respect. He's definitely ground out his his history here with Topstep. He is someone who's grown in what they're doing over the last decade. I've seen him in and out of live accounts over the years, and I wanted to give James a shoulder tap because, for all the learning that he's done and all the practice that he's gotten, what we're seeing, we did call him up from an XFA to a live account, and he knocked it out of the park in his express funded. He's trading his live account right now, and he's down money. average daily P&L of $350. And again, this is a shoulder tap. If you're James, if you're watching, not knocking you, but I got to paint a picture here, and I want people to learn from some things that I see as areas for improvement from you. So James has kind of eroded his live account balance, and he came into today with $2,300 in the account. That was his account balance. He's down $1,600 on the day. So he lost $1,700 on the day today. So for someone who's got a $2,300 account balance to risk $1,700 in a day, you're not setting yourself up to trade another day whatsoever.
Nope.
This kind of seems like a YOLO day from James because, losing $1,700 on a $2,300 account, that's 74% of your account balance. I used... Yeah, it hurts. That's kind of like, F it, I either make it or break it kind of mentality. Maybe I'm wrong, but, if I were in that position, that's what I would have to be thinking to risk that much because, like I used in the example of, if you had a $100,000 trading account, to take a 74% loss on that account, you're losing $74,000 out of a $100,000 trading account. You cannot sustain a position in this industry. You can't sustain an account in this industry if you're risking half or 3/4 of your trading account balance. So, James, if we could go back in time and start today over, you got $2,300 in the account. You should really be thinking about, what should I risk on a daily basis? A $230 loss at this point is 10% of your account. A $560 loss is 20% of your account. So people need to really frame that out and see what can I realistically and in a wise manner actually risk on the day, because you got to give yourself swings at the plate. If you're going to lose 3/4 of your account in one day, you took your 2.5 swings at the plate per se, and you only got a half swing left. So that was really an area for improvement. And then again, I'm not knocking James here, but since he's been in this live account, his biggest winning day has been $700. There's 400s, 500s, 600s. His biggest winning day is $700. But this is a guy who on average has his losing days average out to about $1,300. So he's on average losing twice as much in his account as he is on his winning days, his best winning day for that matter. So nobody has any business risking more in any given day than they make on average, on their trading day.
Right.
Michael, Andre, your experience with prop firms, what would your risk manager be saying to you guys if you were every day you made money, you averaged about $1,000, but on your losing days you were losing 5,000.
Yeah, that's where the shoulder tap comes in.
He'd say, he's like,
junk.
he'd say, pack him up, probably pack him up, Skippy, get out of here.
Get smacked upside the head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have seen a principal at a firm actually cock a fist back, ready to hit somebody one time.
Really? Oh.
I can see how.
Who else we got here, Mick?
Yeah, so really quickly, last thing is, I talk about hold times a lot. Area for improvement, hold times. Winning trades, losing trades. He's only in trades less than 2 minutes. I think it's really tough to trade on the short time frame. So enough of James. I have a shout out that I want to pull up the card for Akshay because these are just fabulous stats. I want to end it on a high note today after talking about our live P&L from last week and James Z. Let's pull up the card for Akshay. All right.
Yeah, sort of like that. We should make some T-shirts. Do not risk the whole wad.
I saw that.
Thy wad.
Right.
We didn't add that in there. Did we?
But we got Akshay again here, huh? Akshay has been around. I've seen that name before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what do we got? What do we got going on?
Out of India, they're trading in an XFA, lights out trading.
Wow.
Average daily P&L 4,900. They're trading one market. They're focusing all their attention in one place, one equity index, excuse me. 64% winning days in this account. That's a great statistic. And You add that, you put that statistic right there side by side with their average winning trades being twice as much as their average losing trades. You've got a 2-to-1 risk reward there, and they've traded. I think it's been 16 days in this account. They've been trading pretty well. Maybe I'm incorrect on the 16 days because now that I think about it, the math doesn't really add up there. But I just love this here. Risk reward, it's 2-to-1. Nice. Their winning hold times are twice the time spent in their losing trades. So this is that, being impatient with losing trades, being more patient with the winning trades, catching a piece of the trend. And then their biggest losing days, small fraction of their biggest winning days. They've had a couple 5-figure winning days. This trader, they've hit the daily loss limit of 3,000 couple times, but they've also had their $12,000 winning days, their $40,000 winning day. This is someone that put up 40 grand in a day, which is massive. So I wanted to feature this trader, not because the big size and P&Ls that they can put up, but it's their trade statistics. And this is something that everybody should be benchmarking off of, because if you look at these statistics, they're actually more favorable, or they speak a better story to success than actually those trader success metrics that I showed earlier. So just really happy for Akshay, someone that is likely to be called up to a live account relatively soon.
Nice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's what I got. I know we've got Jared coming on, so I'm going to tune in for that in the background and get back to work.
All right, Mick. Thank you.
Yeah, sit on your hands around 1 o'clock Central Time today for the statement.
Tell our boss to sit on his hands.
Or even right now. I'm short right now from
Jesus Christ
18s.
You want me to lock you out, Michael?
I haven't been down all day. I got a decent
I know.
All right, we got the 11 o'clock coming up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to take just a little break. Yes, it's me. Oh, there I am. Take a little break here. We got Jared coming on. I just posted his link. So if you are interested, by all means. And we got Hoag going to be joining Jared. So sit back, get yourself ready for some awesome mental game of trading. So we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Welcome to Power Players. And we know that you know that we know that you know that Jared is a fan favorite. And if you want to keep working with him after this broadcast is over, check out his coaching and accountability platform, the Mental Game of Trading Live. Now, members of this private online platform get benefits of private coaching at a fraction of the cost. There's also 2 memberships to choose from, Essential and Premium. Now, that's where you can participate in 5 strategy sessions a month, and you're getting feedback directly from Jared. That's awesome. Get access to this knowledge library and talk with other traders in a private members forum. Now, members of the Mental Game of Trading Live love it because it helps them develop and refine their strategy and execution. I mean, this is definitely a bonus benefit. Plus, you'll learn effective techniques to correct your common and costly problems that many traders encounter. So what we're going to do is we're going to pin his link on top of our YouTube chat. So by all means, take that. And remember, all Top Step traders can take 20% off the Essential membership. Code with TS20 or 10% off the premium with the code TS10. Now, I'd like to welcome Jared with us. I'm going to slip out the back door to grab some lunch, and we're going to bring Hoag back on. So have at it, Jared. Very nice to see you here with us today, and all the best.
You as well, Eddie. Thanks so much. Appreciate the great intro there, and talking about the new platform, which I'm really excited about. Members have been kind of raving about it. It's tough to kind of do the work on your own, so to kind of have a place where you can have the accountability and regular feedback has been certainly welcomed, especially in market conditions like this where it can be tough. And some of it may be technical, but when deeper emotions and some of the issues that we're going to talk about today get exposed, you need kind of some heavy hitting. So today, I think you're going to get a bit of a flavor for what the platform is like. But I'm able to go a bit deeper there because, I get to know everybody that's there. It's kind of like a large format coaching where, everybody gets some personalized attention. So
very nice. Very nice. It's great to have you back, Jared.
Thanks, Hoag. It's great to see you as well. How was your Thanksgiving? How was your Halloween? I can just imagine what you're dressed up as.
Well, yesterday I was kind of a demon. It was pretty fun on TopstepTV. We had a little fun with that. I was at a wedding over the weekend, like outside of Nashville. So I did a lot of driving over the weekend. I was so tired yesterday. I actually slept for 12 hours last night. I haven't done that since I was a teenager, like 6 years ago when I was a teenager.
That's an impressive run there.
It felt really good. So I don't want to step on your time too much here, but for those of you that don't know Jared Tendler, Jared is a mental health counselor with a master's degree in counseling psychology, 16 plus years of experience in mental game coaching. He's got 3 books, 2 on gambling, and this one on trading. To me, I mean, this is probably the most important book that I've picked up in trading in a long time. It's really a great book. I highly suggest you read it. And of course, use Jared's services. I've got a couple of things. Maybe if we have time at the end of the session, we can talk about. But I keep kind of returning back and reading parts. I mean, I read the whole thing cover to cover. I keep going back and reading parts and going back to areas of weaknesses that I know that I have, and it's really a fantastic book. So I know you don't really promote that much, so I'm promoting for you.
Thanks, yeah. And that's actually, you're using it the way the book is intended to, because you can't kind of solve your mental game. You can't solve this side of trading. A lot of people kind of wish that they could kind of have the ideal mindset as if it's something kind of static that you can kind of find and uncover and, with a little bit of magic, just kind of like snap into the right mentality for trading. But the reality is, and this, that like whether we're talking about the technical side or the mental side, there's always areas of weakness that can be improved. And the question isn't if you have them. And this is true of traders. I worked with traders for over a decade of, including some of the, 8 and 9 figure traders. I mean, everybody's got weaknesses. And if you're either aware of them and ruthless at identifying them, correcting them, and fixing them, or you're unaware of them and you get your kind of head in the sand here, hoping that they're not going to affect you, which they ultimately will. So I'm thrilled that you continue to use the book in the way that it was intended, as a resource you can keep going back to again and again.
Excellent. Yeah. I mean, markets change, people change, markets change people change markets. But, once you work your way through one of your barriers, it's still there and it can kind of rear its ugly head at any time. So that's why I feel like it's so important to go back and review areas where, this is a journey. There's no end to this. You're always learning, always growing, always expanding, and always hopefully improving your mental side. And that's why you're here. Jared, I'm going to let you take over. Have a great session, and we'll talk to you on the other end.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback on one last point there, it's a craft, right? Trading is a skill. You're developing real expertise. I know some of you may be here should try to make money very quickly and easily. And at that point, I wouldn't call you a trader. I would call you somebody who's placing trades, kind of hoping or wishing to make money quickly. And you might be able to do that successfully. And kudos to you if you are. Those are not really the people that I'm interested in coaching, because they're not really looking for real solutions. They're looking for quick tips that are going to kind of create a little bit of magic. And I've seen too many people gambling with their future, trying to kind of be profitable, whether it be in trading and poker. I've worked with plenty of sports bettors, whether in golf, right? All these different, high performance industries, right? There's not a lot of luck in the long term. There's obviously a lot of luck in the short term. So it can be easy to get the false feedback to think that you're doing things correctly. And that can kind of extend to the mental game as well. But let me get to some of the questions that you all have sent in advance, and see if we can create a little bit of progress for you. So the first question is, I always hesitate to pull the trigger when on the combine, but on the demo, I make crazy profits. While on combine, my hands shake, my heart races, I do not pull the trigger, and then instantly regret it. How can I overcome this? So this one kind of reminds me a little bit of The Matrix. Those of you who are fans of that movie, which I remember seeing probably 3 times in the theater when it first came out. You remember that scene where Neo kind of gets lifted up into the, Nebuchadnezzar, and first thing Morpheus says to him is, welcome to the real world. So when you're in the demo, I would not consider that to be trading, right? You're in a simulated environment with no consequence. So anything you do is, there's nothing really wrong you can do. I mean, yes, you can kind of place poor trades, but there's no real consequence to it, right? Until you put real money, till you put your goals and motivation and future on the line, right? It's hard to generate that emotional intensity. So to some degree, what you're dealing with is very natural and normal for what people experience when they're in high performance environments under intense pressure where it matters, not in a training environment where you're practicing and getting better. So here you are on the driving range thinking that is golf, and it's not golf, right? The driving range is not golf. Playing in tournament conditions on the golf course, that's golf. Trading real money or trading in a combine, trying to get funded, right? Your goals are on the line. It matters. So there's consequence. That's why that happens at a basic level. Now, if it extends beyond that, right, and you need to kind of uncover, maybe there is a little bit of fears of failure, fears of making mistakes, just fears of losing and what that would represent for you. In general, I'd say what you're dealing with is kind of in that spectrum of fear, right? Now, you could just, get into the combines and live market with a sense of what I'm experiencing is normal, right? Everybody in high performance environments experiences it. The fact that I feel uncomfortable is actually a good sign, because it means I care. Now let's just focus on what I'm trying to do. And if you're unable to do that, that's where you will know that there's probably some deeper fears involved that are getting exposed in the live market that are not getting exposed in the demo environment, because the consequences aren't bringing them to life, right? And that's typically what happens. Under pressure, our weaknesses come out, and that's what's happening for you. All right, next question is, how do you differentiate between genuine intuition and emotional impulse when making trading decisions? This is a great question, and I'd say, if you guys can put it into the chat, a link to my website where I actually have a free ebook on intuition. So it was kind of one of those sections of the mental game of trading that just didn't really fit properly, but it was a topic that I wanted to make sure got out there. And so, a lot of traders have been enjoying that book. It's not very long. It's quick, easy read, and I'll give you, some of the highlights right now. The bottom line is that emotions are sneaky little bastards. Okay, they will masquerade as intuition, and you have to create a bit of almost like a profile of what emotions look like when they're masquerading as intuition, when they're conniving and convincing you to think that what you're doing is discretionary and really legitimate intuition, when in actuality it's fear-based, anger-based, overconfident, greedy, right? And you're kind of defending against those emotions. So when I'm literally saying, like, profile out what it looks and feels like to you when you're making trades based off of emotional impulses, regardless of what that emotion is, and compare that with a profile of what it looks like when there's genuine intuition, because it will look and feel very different, right? And so a common description that I hear a lot of my clients describe is that when they're emotional, there tends to be more tension. Their heart can be racing, right? Hands can be, clenched, and, you might be sweating, tension in your head. Maybe your feet are tapping. There's a lot of physical signs that go along with, that emotional experience. There may be some distinct thoughts, where you are kind of convincing yourself that maybe there's a level here, or convincing yourself that it's okay to get in or to get out early. And if you, kind of capture all those details, you'll see the emotions at play. And then on the flip side, what does it look like when there's real intuition? In general, my clients say, there's much more calmness automatically there. There's a lot more poise. Their thinking is clear, kind of less muddy. It's almost like kind of puzzle pieces fitting together, where you just kind of have that aha or that sense. You may not be able to fully articulate it. And that's what makes intuition so hard sometimes to trust, because it doesn't have full rationale in the moment when, your money is on the line and you got to make a bet based on, that intuition. It's tough. But when you profile it and you really can see it distinguished, kind of internally, it's almost like the price action of your own internal mental and emotional state. It's like, oh, trending upwards, like, this is a great opportunity, right? You can see that because you've spent some time profiling the difference between real intuition versus emotions masquerading as intuition. And in that ebook, I go a little bit farther to describe kind of the basis of intuition. Because again, I think it's difficult for a lot of you to trust your intuition because you don't know where it's coming from. It feels like it's sort of, like a sixth sense. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. And if it is kind of random like that, it would almost be as random as, asking a stranger for advice on a position, right? Let's say you've got the charts open on your phone, you walk down the street and say, hey, what do you think I should do here? It's like, what kind of feedback are you going to get from that? Really, really random, right? And you don't know how reliable it is. So you wouldn't trust a stranger with your decision-making. So if intuition feels like a stranger, like, it makes perfect sense why you would distrust it. Not to mention, many of you have confidence issues. And when you have confidence issues, the viability of your intuition is automatically diminished in your own mind, right? Why would you think that your ideas would be any valuable if deep down you're kind of questioning your skills, especially, in a market like this? So yeah, it's really important to create that differential. And yeah, for sure, check out the book. It gets 20 pages on a PDF. It's super easy read, but one that I've seen been very valuable for a lot of people. Okay, next question. I'm regressing in my trading and I'm struggling with confidence to take the trades when price action reaches the levels I'm looking for. What can I do to turn this around? So the first thing I really would encourage you to do is rule out that the confidence is being affected by your trading strategy and questions and doubts that you have with it. Because right, if you're kind of losing confidence in your style, in your strategy, in how it fits with the market, and feeling maybe a little too one-dimensional, then that confidence is really legitimate, and we would never want to change it, because it's helpful as a guide to tell you that you're kind of out of sync and something is wrong on a technical side, right? People oftentimes view emotions as inherently bad, and they're not, right? They can be signals. I've had clients who said, that signals for intuition oftentimes include a little bit of fear or a little bit of greed, but they have the sophistication to distinguish that from, the more intense greedy or fearful reactions. So again, sometimes emotions can be really helpful guides. Now, let's assume that that's not the case, and your strategy is really solid. You feel really good about it. Maybe not perfect, right? Let's say 95% solid on it. Then, when you're in a downtrend, a drawdown, right, it can be easy to see the results in the short term and have that kind of wear on your confidence. So one of the things I have many of my clients do is complete what I call an A to C game analysis. And it's very simple kind of in theory. You're basically describing what it is like for you when you're trading at your best, trading your average, which would be B game, and trading your worst C game, right? So you got A game best, C game, or B game average, C game worst. And the reason you do this is because you're trying to create a non-monetary way of evaluating your performance in the short term. It's so easy to get wrapped up in, P&L equals confidence and results equals confidence. And, sometimes you'll hear people say like, well, detach yourself from the results. But then you're just kind of hanging out there like, well, what are you attached to, right? You need feedback. As human beings, we need feedback. And in the short term in trading, when feedback is really unreliable, you need to be attached to something that can give you reliable feedback, which is the A to C game analysis. You grade yourself on your performance. That's what you're measuring yourself against more than your daily P&L or the P&L of a particular trade. And it takes a little bit of time to create this, but it is transformational for some of you, especially those who are very much, tied to results in the way that I just described. So like I said, now if it goes beyond that, okay, then, you might be dealing with some deeper confidence issues that could be related to high expectations, some illusions of control, sometimes even the illusion of emotional control, right? There are many situations where emotions will rule the day, right? They're just too intense for you to be in control. But if you're expecting yourself to be in control, if you're expecting yourself to continue to make progress, it can be easy to kind of lose confidence in situations where your expectations were just too high. So you actually didn't deserve to lose confidence because you were just sort of setting yourself up for failure and then feeling kind of butthurt as a result of it. So, those kinds of expectations can be really damaging to confidence in the long term. Next question. I really have a difficult time second guessing and wanting to revenge trade on a losing trade. I get so convinced I see the right move, but have a tough time accepting I can't win every trade. How do I control the dopamine rush and just settle and take a win for a win and a loss for a loss and move on? Okay. So a couple things I want to call out in the question in itself. Okay. First off, you can kind of hear the desire for this person to have an easy solution to this problem. And on the surface, right, it seems like it should be easy because like you obviously know, right, that every trade has the probability of losing, and yet that knowledge is not sinking in. Okay. And so this is a classic example of where an underlying flaw is blocking your ability to utilize and integrate knowledge that you have. Okay. And you can kind of think about this like two magnets of like attraction. They are never going to connect. They're never going to click in place. They're always going to kind of repel each other. And that is what is happening here. Okay. So in order for you to accept, right, this reality, you can't just force feed it to yourself. And that's probably what you've been trying to do. And it's not working, right? Because that's not your knowledge is not the problem, right? Why are there doctors who smoke cigarettes, right? Well, they obviously know that cigarettes are likely going to cause cancer, right? Not guaranteed, but very likely, and all other and many other, metabolic diseases. And yet they still smoke cigarettes. So it's not a knowledge issue, right? There's a deeper problem at play that needs to be uncovered. So what are some examples in this particular situation of some, underlying flaws that can cause this? Well, number one, you might be a perfectionist. You might have an expectation to make money on every trade. And while you, on the surface, know that that's not true, there's a part of you that maybe wishes it were true, hope it were true, right? And you're attached to that because it obviously would feel good if it were true. And so it's very easy for these things to kind of live in the back of our mind, almost like, a computer program running around in the background, like throwing these error codes at us. And, you sort of see the error code, right? You see the revenge, and that becomes the problem. But the problem is, why are you attached to these sort of faulty ideas? A couple other examples might be that you just hate losing. You hate making mistakes. Maybe you think that losing equals being a failure or failing on the day, right? There's, kind of a handful of examples of those underlying flaws. And that is what you were trying to correct. And of course, in the Mental Game of Trading, in the book, and of course on the platform, the Mental Game of Trading Live, I can kind of help you break through that a little bit deeper, but at least you're oriented in a way to deal with the situation a little bit more pragmatically and practically, because so many of you are trying to battle what you see on the surface, right? Kind of like a weed, right? You're trying to just get rid of the weed without actually getting at its roots. And then of course it's going to keep growing back again and again and again, which is why you're having a hard time dealing with this. So it's more that your perspective on the problem is the biggest problem. That's what has to get fixed first. Once you orient yourself to problem solving these issues correctly, I'm not saying that the problem is easy to solve, but it certainly gives you the option. Because right now, being so rigidly attached to that false reality, you will not be able to solve this. Hello, I've been struggling as a break-even trader. I'm trading sub 1 minute NQ charts and respecting risk, but I believe my downfall lies in over trading. I limit myself to 2 trades a day, but feel an extreme urge to trade almost every day, even when I think and know that I should close the charts because we're ranging and the price is ugly. I end up sweet talking myself into taking something, and it's usually a loss. At the very least, I can recognize this behavior shortly after and then close the charts to avoid revenge trading. Any tips would be appreciated. So the fact that you can recognize it quickly and recover tells me that the emotional intensity is not as severe as I've seen with many other traders. So that actually kind of gives you a little bit of hope here. And I would suggest that you track and write down all of the BS, okay? All of the sweet talking, lines that you tell yourself, because I can promise you they're not so unique. But you're not like super aware in the moment that what you're saying, kind of like what I was saying earlier to the question around intuition, you're not aware that that line of thinking is connected to emotion, right? And thus you sort of view it as legitimate, maybe even as intuitive, right? Well, these are obviously good reasons for me to continue trading outside of my rules. So writing all those down is going to give you a little bit of vision so that then you can sort of kind of get ahead of the problem. As soon as you hear yourself saying those things, you know that you are full of it, okay? And, maybe that'll give you the option to, prevent it from happening in the first place. Now, is that a long-term solution? Maybe, maybe not, okay? My suspicion here is that extreme urge to trade every day has a bit of a deeper root, kind of like what I was just mentioning in the last question. And so maybe there are just big goals that you have. Maybe you've got big expectations for yourself. Maybe there's a sense of dissatisfaction in your current life, your current job, financial situation, and you need to make money now. And there's just this practical urge to make things happen quickly. And, so it's not that the situation is wholly flawed, but that you're allowing the situation to drive bad behavior, which is only going to slow up your ability to get out of the situation that you're trying to get out of. Okay. Again, kind of framing the underlying problem more clearly is going to help you to get ahead of it. Framing and understanding the things that you're going to say to yourself that can manipulate you is going to help you to prevent it as well. All right, next question. How important is routine for your performance? So would you ever ask that question of a professional athlete? I suppose you could ask the question and then they could kind of clarify, but you would never ask the question from a, should you or should you not have one, right? I think sometimes traders, very easily allow themselves to like skip steps in their pre-market routine, in their post-market routine, even like kind of the during market routine. Like it's just, you kind of get glued to the charts. Maybe you kind of gloss over some steps in sort of defining levels of pre-market or looking at particular symbols that you're gonna be looking at that day, just kind of like wanting to get in the market quickly. But you would never see a professional athlete skip steps in their process and their routine because it's likely to cause some physical injury and they're just not gonna be prepped, right? And then they've kind of checked the box to know that if they underperform that day, it's not because their process was off, their routine was off. It's because something else was going on, and that kind of eliminates a variable. So when you have inconsistent processes kind of around trading, you're adding variability to your results because your performance day to day is going to have more variability on its own. So how important is it for your performance? It's super important for creating more consistency internally, right? And especially given how much volatility exists in the markets, why would you not want to try to de-risk some of the volatility that exists within you? So I've written a blog about this, and if you guys want to post this in the chat as well, and it just kind of talks about some of the key elements of what I could define as a winning routine. And for traders, the one that I see the most commonly kind of glossed over and not respected as much is like how you're managing yourself kind of during the trading day. I don't care if you're a swing trader, if you're stuck kind of looking at price action, just throughout the day, it can be wearing and draining, right? It is emotionally intense to be trading, period, right? The calmness that some of you may feel at times is not calmness like you'd feel, if you were kind of watching a movie, hanging out at, one evening. That's not what this is. And if it is, then you're probably bored and very likely to make a mistake just for that reason alone. So like how you manage your energy throughout the day, I think is really important. And the mistake I see is just not taking enough breaks. They don't have to be that long, like 1 or 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, like, steadily throughout the day can give you just those little pockets of time to kind of just reset yourself. You think about trading almost being like absorbing information like a sponge, right? There's so much going on. And when that sponge gets saturated, your mind gets full. It becomes harder for you to process information, harder for you to make decisions. Something I call bloated brain. Okay. And just from a data collection standpoint, forget, if there's anything mental or emotional going on, forget if you're up or down money. Just being there, right, is taxing, especially if, you've only been trading for less than 5 years, right? Obviously more seasoned traders, they have the mental conditioning. They've got the internal processes kind of baked in and built in. But even then, it's not, again, like it's automated. It's not easy. And I'm sure Hoag could talk about that at, maybe later on here. I'll say one more thing about the routine, because this is another thing that I think gets missed. So accumulated emotion is a real factor that you have to be aware of. And what I mean by accumulated emotion is that emotions can build up throughout the day, whether it be frustration, fear, doubt, greed, overconfidence. All of it can build up. And then obviously it can go up and down, kind of based on what's happening. But at the end of the trading day, right, if you struggle to kind of move on with your life, whether it be just on extreme days where you've made or lost a lot, or even just normally, if you struggle to really be able to separate yourself from trading and kind of put it in the rearview mirror and go on with your life and enjoy, especially those that need to, blow off steam, have a few drinks, go for a workout, etc., you would be very well served to do what I would consider to be a proper cool down mentally and emotionally. And all you have to do is just dump your thoughts, emotions out on paper, on the computer, get it all out, because that data is really essential to better understanding what the heck happened. It'll help you to be able to deal with it more pragmatically in the future and kind of work through and developing a mental game strategy for that stuff. If you just kind of move on with your life, you're relying on your brain to kind of digest that information naturally as you go on. And so if you ever had the experience of, kind of going on with your life and then, just thoughts of trading just kind of keep popping in your head, maybe even to the point where, you're trying to go to sleep and charts and price action just keep like ripping through your head. Well, what is that? Like, you are getting to peer in almost like watching your stomach digest food, right? You're getting to see your brain digesting all this information, trying to make sense of it. What's the cost of that? The cost is to your recovery. The cost is to your learning. So you show up tomorrow feeling a little bit less prepared, rest clear. There's accumulated emotion, right? That frustration that wasn't dealt with now shows up. So you've got a little bit more at play, which means you're more likely to tilt today, more likely to be at risk of making a big mistake. And especially this happens in a drawdown on the downside. And then, when you're in a rush and doing really well over, weeks, right, the overconfidence steadily builds up and eventually it will break. So having a daily cool down to deal with those emotions, not only does it help you to, go on with your life and enjoy, be more present and focused with friends and family, et cetera, whatever you're doing, sleep better, recover better, and then you show up less emotional. I mean, I would argue that if you did this 5 minutes at the end of every trading day, that it would be the most valuable 5 minutes you did outside of trading hours, without question, right? Just because of that continuity. If you're never going to trade again, a cool down is irrelevant. But the fact that you're trying to create the cycle where you've got to reset yourself and get back healthy, strong, clear, ready to trade again, right? You need something in that. I mean, you just look at what professional athletes do. Like, look at what they do to recover physically, right? I mean, the ice baths are now far more complicated treatment regimens. It's all about getting their body ready, because if they can recover better than somebody else, then they've got an edge. If you can recover better than somebody else, you create clear edges in the market, right? That develops a lot more consistency, and your growth curve will accelerate from there. All right. So yes, I think having a routine is important. Are there definable characteristics that separate a profitable and consistent trader and those that aren't? I don't know that I would say it's so close on that line. There are definitely definable characteristics at the top. And I think the most interesting one is a sense of ruthless willingness to be honest and cold about their weaknesses and do everything in their power to fix them. I mentioned this before. It's just so interesting at that level that the traders, poker players, golfers, athletes, like they all are ruthless about that, right? They never want to be the cause of their own demise. And yet, like the traders that are maybe kind of in this space, right, kind of teetering on profitability, even sometimes the, traders that are making like decent money, they're trading full time, but they're not like kind of really breaking out, that there's just so much denial of weakness, kind of in that category. I think in large part because they're not fun, right? You want to believe that you're better than you are. Having a recognition of weakness means that you're not where you want to be. It feels like failure. It feels like, there's something wrong. And again, I would argue that, not being aware of those is the far bigger mistake. It's not easy to have the solutions in play, but when you are kind of more pragmatic about dealing with reality, right? These weaknesses exist whether you're aware of them or not, period. End of story. Everybody has a C game. You're either aware of yours and you're, beginning to deal with it, struggling. Okay. You're dealing with reality, right? Neo, right? You're out of the matrix. This is not fun. Or you can be like Cypher and, be delusional and, enjoy a fake steak because I'm not going to go too deep in that analogy, but at least just enjoy the sense of, ignorance, right? Ignorance is bliss. Okay. But is that kind of aligned with your goals? Harsh reality is maybe that, but at least it gives you the opportunity to progress. And I certainly would take that anytime over a fake steak.
I'm kind of hungry right now. I think I'll have a fake steak.
Well, I'm sure everybody can now just imagine a fake steak and, the smell of it, kind of the grill marks, biting into it. And if you're not salivating right now, then something's wrong. All right. I've improved my trading significantly, but I'm struggling with holding positions. I can see direction and I'm in profit, but will often cut the trade short. How do I get over the short-sightedness, even though I'm happy with the profits taken? So it's very interesting because so often it's like at the end of a statement where somebody kind of, plays their hand face up, so to speak. Even though I'm happy with the profits taken. You're cutting trade short. Why are you happy with profits taken cut short? I mean, that tells you that there's probably a lot of fear going on here, and you're sort of becoming, but you are likely too short-sighted because you're so fearful of losing unrealized profit, and that could be where like a version of like tilt, where if you were to lose that realized profit, you would get so angry at yourself for not having closed the trade prematurely, which is also short-sighted. So here's this fear that's driving you to cut a trade and be happy with this, small bit of profit because, you got to avoid that anger, but it's just as short-sighted. I mean, for you to truly kind of break out of this pattern, you have to be willing to like hold the trade to your target. Otherwise, what your entire trading strategy is going to lose edge and lose viability. Right? You're not really calculating the loss opportunity cost here. Right? Like the risk of trading this way is that you are capping yourself. Right? And maybe capping yourself so much that you'll never actually make it. And so sometimes the real risk of putting yourself on the line and being willing to fail, right, is far lower than sticking yourself in this box where you're kind of guaranteed that this like kind of middling success, right? So you've heard probably the term of like fail fast, right? It's kind of the startup mentality. And I'm not saying, just fail fast without like really giving it a shot, but I am saying that you got to look at the kind of the opportunity cost here from a different perspective, because you being happy with the profits that you're taking, I think is as short-sighted as the, unwilling or the struggle that you have to, be able to close out losing trades.
Jared, can I say something here?
Of course, yeah.
There's always been kind of a trading colloquialism that you'll never go broke taking a profit. And there's a lot of argument about that because of this very question. If you're limiting your profits, if you're cutting trades before they reach a profit target, what Jared is saying is there's opportunity loss there, right? I mean, you don't have the opportunity to take the full profit on that trade. So this argument, which has been going on for decades in trading, is, can you go broke taking a profit? Well, you can, because if you're cutting profits and letting losses run, you are going to go broke. That's just a fact. And getting yourself to a position where you are able to maintain trades in profit for a long period of time is a muscle like everything else, and you have to start working that muscle. And the more you work that muscle, the more hopefully successful you'll be at reaching those profit targets, provided there is a profit target on the trade.
It reminds me a little bit when my daughter was first born and my mother-in-law was coming to kind of help out, and we had slightly different standards. We weren't like the bubble parents, but my mother-in-law might have been a little absent-minded at times, and she would kind of yell at us like, she's going to survive. I was like, well, survival is not our standard. Okay, we don't want her maimed, right? And I think the going broke colloquialism is like, is not going broke your standard? Because if it is, well, then I think you've got the calculation all wrong, right? You're either trying to thrive, right, and doing everything you can to do that. Otherwise, go find something else, because it's going to take you far too long to be successful by not going broke, right? You're kind of raising the floor versus allowing the ceiling to just get blasted open and you rocketing to success.
It's the inchworm.
There it is. Fire away. Every time I'm a few $100s away from target, I always end up blowing the account the next day. I'm aware that my emotions are not stable. I get excited. I get euphoric. The next thing you know, I blow it. What's some advice you can pass on? I would say that you're firmly overconfident, right? And there's something about being so close. Maybe you're a little bit kind of itchy and anxious to be successful. Maybe there's a part of you that thinks that once you are actually able to pass this combine, that you're good, right? And versus, again, I think that's where like the results orientedness can be problematic, because obviously your goal is to pass a combine and to be funded, right? And I want that for you, but it's, I think, more important like how you pass it than that you do, because many of you have passed and then just found yourself blowing it and kind of right back to square one. You got to pass it the right way. So you're dealing with a sense of like accomplishment that is like right on the doorstep. And if you can hold to your strategy at that time, and probably even, the few days before, right? That is how you train, to build on John's point earlier, right? Train your mentality under tough conditions. And that is required to be able to thrive, right? When you are actually funded, right? Just getting funded, right, is not the goal. And it's definitely an accomplishment worth being celebrated, but not if it's done the wrong way. So I would say better understand the sort of source of overconfidence. I've given you some ideas on maybe what's kind of driving it there. Here's another one. I have no problem cutting a winner short, but I just cannot bring myself to cut a loser. I either profit small or lose the account. How can I get over the fear of being wrong? It sounds like you've got a deeper personal confidence issue. If it's that intense, right, that it's either small winner or blown account, right, that's deep. And maybe it's, that you view losing as being equal to being wrong, which, we know short-term feedback does not equate that, but, maybe it seems that way because in other environments it does. Now you're kind of equating that in trading. Or maybe you do have a weakness in confidence on a personal level that has to be dealt with separately, right? To get over the fear of being wrong easily, I think is challenging, again, to just like put yourself in this ideal mindset for how to handle the situation. You're dealing with emotions that are steamrolling logic. Well, the source of that emotionality is likely something a bit deeper than you're realizing. And to defend against that can be as simple as like calling it out. So if I'm correct here, then you could say that impulse of being wrong is old. It has nothing to do with trading. These are two separate issues. You can put it on the side and deal with it personally. Here, being wrong means what, right? Not trading my plan, not losing. Those are two different things. Right? And equating them, I think, is particularly problematic. I'm new to trading, and honestly, this is the hardest job I've ever desired, and it's really getting to me. I've had 4 funded accounts, blew all 4, and ever since, I've just been a downward spiral, and will admit my emotions is getting the best of me, and I can feel it. I can even see it on my trades by revenge trading. My question is, how do I get myself out of this struggle to just get my confidence back up, the willpower not to give up because I'm on the verge, because I've come so far, and I just need help if you can answer. I'm just going to kind of call out this word because we've heard it a few times in the questions today. And if you hear yourself saying this word, understand that you are looking for an easy answer to a very likely complicated problem. Okay, the word just, especially if it's added with if, right? If I could just snap a finger and have what I want, well, then it would be easy. Well, how is that different than wishing, right? You want like a magic lamp here to, so how do you build the willpower up to, because like maybe this is the hardest test you've ever had, and you're learning something about yourself that no other environment is going to allow you to learn. I mean, this is one of the beautiful things about trading, certainly seen it in poker and other high performance environments. They test you. They test every part of you. And so life, right, it's easy to kind of put ourselves in bubbles and boxes and have a job, and there's safety there, right? There's a lot of things that protect us. But in trading, you are going to get stripped naked, and it's going to expose every little imperfection that you have. So here you are. You've got the opportunity to see those with more precise detail than ever before. Are you going to shy away from that and turn away from that, or are you going to embrace it? So I would say give yourself a week or two to take stock of what has been exposed. Don't just jump right back in, kind of hoping to get lucky and get yourself back into a good spot. Take the lessons, take the information, right? Do a longer form of what I said before, of that kind of cool down, where you're actually gathering up the details of what has been exposed, and then use those details to form an understanding of what you were battling against. And then either use my book or other books on the subject to create a game plan, or join the Mental Game of Trading Live, and I'll help you create a game plan so that you can start taking those next steps more pragmatically. Because if you just jump back up, then I think you're at risk of just repeating the cycle again. And if you quit, then I think you miss the opportunity for maybe bigger, like personal development growth. And I've seen this in lots of people, right? That trading can make you a better person. And if you're a better person, outside of trading, well, then that's cool for me, because then it's not just about, making money, which is great, and having successful careers, which is awesome, and challenge yourself to achieve great big goals, which is cool too. But when you can be a better person, a better friend, a better, father, wife, daughter, whomever, right? That's cool. That's cool in a different dimension. And you have the opportunity to do that. And you can thank trading for exposing that.
That was awesome.
Thanks, John. Yeah, so how much time do we have? Do we want to chat a little bit about kind of current market conditions or other struggles that you've seen with traders, or is it time to say goodbye?
That bit that you just went through about being a good trader, being a better person, all that. It really just kind of brought me back to my dad. My dad was a trader for 40 years. I mean, that's how he made his living, and he was a great dad. And I think many of the things that he learned in trading, he was able to kind of bring into his knowledge as a father. I mean, he would never answer a question like, should I do this or should I do that? He would say, Well, I mean, what do you think about doing that? What do you think about the other side? You know, he would help you make that decision without telling you what he thought until you'd made the decision. Then he'd say, well, that's kind of what I thought you'd say. Or he'd say, that's not what I thought you'd say. But he always gave enough room to fall flat on your face. But he was always there to say, that's the way you learn, kid. Now, what did we learn from this? You know, and it was that accountability to him that I think that one of the things that, you know, made him a great dad. I mean, you know, I was not an easy teenager, but he never lost his cool, never gave up, and it just made me think about that. Sorry if I'm
that's
waxing
awesome.
emotional.
He does sound like an amazing father too.
Yeah,
he's basically
really
teaching you to make decisions. I mean, that's
yeah, and learn how to deal with the outcomes of those decisions. Right. You know, and good or bad. You know, what did you learn from it? So, Jared, you really kind of touched a lot on one of the things early in your book here is emotional baggage, and you talk a lot about, you know, the losses create emotional baggage. When we trade outside of our strategy and we know it, we build that emotional baggage. And you already spoke about one of the things that I was going to ask you about is, you know, how do you do that work outside of trading hours? And, you know, I've got stacks of paper over here behind me of doing that mental throw onto paper at the end of the day about, okay, what did I do? And, you know, what could I learn? I mean, you know, when I'm actively trading, I'm always kind of recording things that are going on inside, mentally, physically, emotional, those types of things. I'll review those, throw everything onto a piece of paper. And I've gotten really good at walking away and saying, I'm not going to, you know, whatever happened today, good or bad, I'm just going to be me and with my family and with my friends. And it's not as easy as it sounds. But you know, after a few years, I've been able to at least do that.
It's awesome. Yeah, I think, you know, having that kind of detail just is just incredibly valuable information. You know, the like kind of blowing off steam and trying to move on and forget. Like it doesn't help you to grow, right? It instead kind of keeps you caught in the same cycle again and again. So the fact that you have that is essential. And yeah, I mean, I think for you and anybody else at certain points, right, you can, you know, kind of take stock of those notes that you looked at. You don't have to look at them every day. The fact that you've got them is a nice resource that you can go back to, so that if you end up in a spot where you're struggling, you can go back and see the trends that you're describing in your own performance and your own emotionality, because there is something to learn within those emotions. I think that's the fundamental misunderstanding. We look at emotions as the problem, but
there's so much
there to kind of guide us and to show us something and to be a signal. I mean, we'd never say that, you know, the pain that we'd experience from walking with rocks in our shoes, we would never say the pain was the problem, right? The pain is signaling a problem to orient you, right? So when you're really kind of down on yourself, right, it can be a signal that you're trying to look inside for answers. But, you know, our mind is capped in terms of how much information you can process at one time. Like imagine a whiteboard. Now imagine filling that whiteboard with all the notes that you've taken from today. Well, then you've got no more space to process, right? You're kind of stuck just like staring at that stuff without it going anywhere. And that's why when people look inward and they get down on themselves, they just sort of stay spiraling on this and they just dig a deeper hole. But when you can free up that whiteboard and write it down, like you get to, you know, magnify the amount of information you can process. That's the power with writing. It takes our thoughts and brings them out, and we can look at them more like individual puzzle pieces, you know, in a complicated puzzle or a big puzzle without a picture on the box.
Right.
And then it gives us the ability to kind of put these pieces together and eventually over time create the picture, create more understanding that we can then use. And if there are distinct patterns that are problematic, well, then we can start dissecting them and uncovering the causality there. But when we're like kind of relying on the bandwidth limitations of our mind, which is easy to do because many people don't know that exists.
Yeah.
Right. Then you're kind of trapped in that cycle that's not going to get you out.
It takes time to digest, but, you know, I think people hold on to their luggage forever, but emotional baggage you want to get rid of. And this is a good place to get rid of it on a piece of paper. And it helps to digest that, to open more space on your personal whiteboard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, Jared, thank you very much. We really appreciate every time we get the opportunity to spend some time with you. I know a lot of folks got a lot out of this, and I signed up for your ebook. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Awesome.
And you know, I've read the book, and I do highly recommend it. It's probably one of the most important trading books that I've read, and we really appreciate you being here, Jared.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, and everybody that wants to kind of take the next step beyond the book and wants some more kind of personalized feedback, check out the Mental Game of Trading Live.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, take care. See you, John.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Top Quiz. It is All Saints Day, the first day of November. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Bonnie. Bonnie, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Great. How was your Halloween?
It was awesome. I just stayed home.
We kind of just stayed home, too. We trick-or-treated with my son at 2 houses because it was freezing cold out. And I don't know if you've ever tried to put a wig on a 2-year-old for his costume, but it didn't really work except for that one picture that we showed earlier.
It's fun.
Yeah. So welcome to Top Quiz. As usual, this is a trivia competition. There will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you answer 3 of them or 4 of them correctly, you will be entered into a random drawing to win one of 10 free resets, and I will send that out. I'll send out the names of the winners that they can show during group coaching, and then I will email you this evening because I have to leave right after this to go to the office to take care of a few things, Bonnie. You know how it is. So, yeah, some of the questions about trading, some not. There is a 6-second delay from here to YouTube, so you want to look at your device. That's where the questions are going to pop up there. So I'll give a few more moments for stragglers to come in, such as Rowboat, UC Martino, Jack the Best. Hell yeah.
I never win.
I think they came up pretty close.
Same though.
Wise. So yeah, and then I'll show the winners and then send the email tonight. Okay, Simon Trays, Chuck, Uriah Hip, Lee. All right. As a reminder, we do this every day, every weekday. We don't do it on the weekends. That'd be sad. So if you don't get in today, watch, get a feel for it, and you can do it tomorrow. But with that, we got to get to group coaching. So I think that it is time. Let me check the YouTube chat real quick. All right. Oh, it's got to reload all those chats. Well, I think it's time. You ready, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. With that, let's get started. Kahoot. November 1st. All right. 3, 2, 1. Question number 1, Bonnie, is the nominal value of an E-mini S&P future, the ES, equals the value of the S&P 500 index multiplied by what number? Is it 10, 20, 50, or 100?
Oh man, the trading questions. Is it 20?
Oh, it is 50. That's where you get the $50 a tick. Or sorry, $50 a point in the S&P 500. So let's see if I'm getting destroyed here. I can't see. Let me reload. I'll be able to see this chat here. So give me a few seconds. Complicated much? Okay. I'm trying to make them a little bit quicker. Don't worry. You just got to get 3 right. It's all good. Let's see who's got the bragging rights. All right. Sauce, Kona, Black Swan, and McFly. All right. These questions today, most of them are 10 seconds to answer because they're pretty straightforward with that. If you want, I can switch them back to 20. I can do that. 20 seconds, but not right now. All right. Next question. This country was formerly known as Siam. Was it China, India, Thailand, or Indonesia?
Is it India?
It is Thailand.
Dang it.
Maybe a lot of musical fans out there. For now, I'm forgetting what the name of it is too. So you and me both, Bonnie. But let's see who did know. The King and I.
I just need one question.
I think you will. We'll make this work. Black Swan, McFly, Jason. I pronounced it wrong?
Thailand?
Or no, it must have been. Well, my apologies. I do my best to pronounce things correctly, but if I find that out, I'll let you know in the future. Seeing that people need more time, we can change that for next time. All right. Let's go to question number 3, which, by the way, with the speed, I've always kind of switched them back and forth between 10 and 20 with some of the more straightforward questions. It's my way to keep people from Googling. You know what I'm saying? All right. Next question. The yield on the 30-year Treasury bond is currently closest to what? Is it 4, 5, 6, or 7%?
Is it 5%?
Bonnie, you are on board.
Yay.
Found it. I haven't checked it in a few minutes, but it was very close. Googlers are mad. Yeah. You should have, let me know, by the way, if you're looking at your device, once the question ends, you should have 10 seconds. I see some people saying that they're having 5 seconds. That shouldn't be the case. Make sure not to wait for me to read the question. Just look at when it pops up on the device. All right. Let's see who's on top. Plutarch. Woo Trade Clan. Okay. I like that. All right, Bonnie. You ready to see if you can go 500?
Let's see.
All right. Last question. A group of crows is called what? A flock, a murder, a herd, or a quiver? And look, I gave 20 seconds here.
A flock, right?
There's a more specific one.
A murder.
Oh, I kind of gave
A murder.
I kind of gave it away here. All right. It is indeed a murder of crows. And I don't even mind the hate I get if people are like, they're also a flock. Sorry. It's a murder.
I'm in 281st place.
Okay.
Not
Well,
bad.
you know what? There's nowhere to go but up for next time. Don't worry about that. Let's see, just for bragging rights, because remember, it's going to be random who wins. Please do not eat Plutarch. In second place, McFly. And in first place, the legend, Black Swan. So remember, I'm going to randomly draw the people who got 3 or 4 right, and we'll release that during group coaching. Please, I implore you, do not email me if you came in, say, 3rd place or 5th place and looking to win. Not quite how it works. But Bonnie, thank you so much for being here today. Glad you had a relaxing Halloween. In the meantime, we should all stick around because Hoag is going to be here for group coaching, and he always does a great job with that. So thanks for playing. Oh, Anne-Marie's there. Hey, Anne-Marie. Oh, and one more thing. We'll show the screen during the group coaching, but MP's up 990 right now. We were showing his screen earlier, but I don't know if you could see his P&L bar bouncing around. So good for the Shy City locals in the trading competition. So with that, we'll do a short break, and we'll be back with Hoag and group coaching. Talk to you later, Bonnie.
Bye.
All right, good afternoon and happy FOMC day today. I had a little echo there. I took care of that, no problem. So welcome to group coaching, Top Steps group coaching. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. It's amazing to me how soon we will be changing that to 2024. My name is John Hoagland, the Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep. Got 40 years of industry experience, more like 30, 31 years as an active trader. I did trade on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years here in Chicago, migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since about 2011, I've been here with Topstep and hopefully helping to improve trader knowledge and performance. That's the goal here. And nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. If there are questions that we get that I can't answer, I'm going to be honest and tell you. And that always gives us the opportunity to learn something together. This is the CFTC disclaimer. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this session. But remember, everything we talk about here is for educational purposes only. This reminds us that there is a lot of risk in trading futures. These are leveraged products. You could lose more than your initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital to trade with, which to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. But at Topstep, we're going to put that risk capital up for you. Of course, past performance is never indicative of future results. Hypothetical or simulated performance results do have certain limitations to me. The biggest limitation is accountability, rules, and consequences. You don't have any consequences in some random sim account. That's why it seems more difficult to trade in a trading combine or in a live account. So we're going to go into the questions. I'm going to put the charts up here so we can just kind of watch what's going on with the markets. I know it's FOMC day, and so we're going to try and finish this session before 1 o'clock so everybody can watch the fireworks on their own and catch opportunities if they deem them to be quality opportunities. So from the emailed in questions, the first one is really mostly about setting up the TPO charts on the Tradeovate platform. So I'm not sure if this person is here, but it would benefit everybody to be able to kind of adapt the TPO charts on Tradeovate if you are on Tradeovate. So I'm going to bring that platform up right now, and I'm just going to bring it over so we can all see. And so this is what my daytime frame profiles look like on Tradeovate on Tradeovate platform. These are regular trading hour session only. There are some adjustments you're going to have to make if you're going to be able to kind of adapt these to how you want them to look and what time frames you want the profiles to be in. So once you find them, you're going to find the TPO charts on chart, not legacy chart. You got to put up a chart, and that's going to bring you to a chart that's probably going to come up as candlesticks. But if you go to the chart type, you can then put in TPO. It's not going to look like this when you open it up. You're going to have to go into the back end. You go to configure chart elements, click on ES30. Now you've got the back end of the market profile tool, I guess you could call it. Yes, it's a TPO chart. You want to display in letters. Depending on the product, you're going to want your tick size, your letter size, box size / whatever to be one contract. One price. In the NASDAQ, I use 4 ticks. In the S&Ps, because it's not as rangy, I use 1 tick for the TPO size. Take off the auto scale. Auto scale makes me crazy. The next, you're going to have all of your letters default to this color. You want to go per letter, so you're going to go to A and you're going to hit red. You're going to go to B and you're going to hit red again, and you're going to go through the rainbow, however you want it to look. I mean, I did this because I know that the first hour or two is red and orange. The middle of the day is yellow and green. And then as we get closer to the end of the day, we get deeper into the blues. Okay. Now, if you're going to be looking at these charts with extended trading hours, you're going to need more letters. So I've kind of gone through all of these letters and put them into the colors that I can recognize. Time, right? So the first session starts at 8:30 Central Time. So I put 8:30 on the start and 1500, which is 3 p.m. Central, for the end. We're going to start with letter A. The initial balance, I have done nothing to change this. This is the default for the initial balance measurements. We've got 100%, we've got 150%, we've got 200% of the initial balance. If you don't know what initial balance is, stick around. We're going to have a lot of opportunities to talk about that and what those extensions may help or may not help with. With the TPO charts, you're going to certainly want your point of control to be as dark as possible on the light background and as light as possible on the dark background. And you're going to want to extend it into the future. The value area, I always put mine at 70%, just habit. And you can change the width of the value area. You want it to be highlighted, and you want it, well, you can draw it as a bar, but whatever you want. As far as the volume profile is concerned, you want it enabled. You want point of control to be as dark as or as light as possible, depending on the background, and you want it extended. Value area 70%. Value area is going to be darker blue than the lighter blue of the color of the overall volume profile. And then that's it. I don't have indicators. I don't have anything else on here. Then I hit apply. Then I hit save, and that is what it looks like. This is regular trading hour session profiles only. You don't see the letters until you come out. You gotta come out a little bit further. Then you see the letters. You see we put the high in C. We've come all the way back down to the low of B. All of this information is stuff that we use for the profiles. Now, just to take a minute, I'm going to add another session. We're going to add 1700, which is the 5 o'clock Central open, to 8:30 when the regular trading hour session opens. Apply, save. Now it's showing last night's profile from 5 p.m. till the open today when the new regular trading hour profile opens up. Now, do I look at this a lot? Not really. Do I notice where the high and the low in the overnight is? Usually, yes. Point of control from the overnight. Sometimes I'll take a look at that as well, but I don't really take a lot of information out of the overnight profiles because it's mostly shorter time frame pea shooters like me trying to pick each other's pockets. There's no major players there. Okay. So that's how you can add a second session, if you will. You can even add more sessions. Let's say you wanted to add like the Asian session and then add the London session. You can separate those that way just by adding another session. I'm going to take this one off. Well, we'll leave this on just for now. So today we're setting up basically a normal variation trading day, and we've got FOMC. So that's kind of a quick look through the back end of the market, the profile or the TPO charts on Tradeovate. It takes a little bit of juggling and learning a little bit about it, but it's always good to have that tool if it's something you're looking for. Now, a lot of platforms don't necessarily include TPO charts. Back in the day, I had to do it in pencil and paper in the trading pit. We had graph paper and we did our profiles that way. Overnight session, I kind of group overnight session from 5 o'clock when the markets reopen here in the U.S. to when they open in regular trading hours. So that encompasses all of the Asian session and part of the London session. Okay. All right. Patrick, thanks for the question, and I hope everybody found that to be helpful. Let me, okay. Jay. Is the only way to succeed at day trading is to be disciplined and keep taking losses, winners, and using greater than a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio? I'm asking this because I'm finding it difficult to transition from swing trading, where there's a lot of time, to absorb the mental aspect of taking a loss. Thank you so much for your help. Well, Jay, assuming that you're here, there's a million ways to if you'll pardon the expression, skin a cat. All right. Those metrics that you discuss is it wait a second here, using winners and using winners greater than a 1 reward over risk ratio. Just think about the math on this, Jay. If I can count on being right half the time over the next 1,000 trades, and my wins and my losses, my win and my loss number is exactly the same. So for every trade I win, I make $100. For every trade I lose, I lose $100. At 50%, you're going to bleed out your account eventually from commissions and fees. So if you're going to be counting on being right 50% of the time, half the time over 1,000 trades, you're going to want your rewards to be greater than your risk. So we kind of look at it like this. If we're going to count on being right 50% of the time over the next 1,000 trades, I at least want my reward over risk ratio to be 1.5 to 1. I want 1.5 times what I risk on every trade for 1,000 trades, and then I can count on at least covering costs and hopefully building that account. If I'm right 40% of the time, I'm really going to be counting on 2-to-1 reward over risk to keep me profitable over the next 1,000 trades. So if I'm going to risk 100, I want to make 200. Okay. Now, without any kind of context as to what kind of time frame you're looking at, you're coming from swing trading, which is a whole nother world. Aside from day trading, I get that. Think about the time frame tools of tools, the charts, all of those things that you're looking at. If you're coming from swing trading, you're probably used to looking at a longer time frame chart. You can use those same kind of tools in a shorter time frame chart to look for shorter time frame, smaller opportunities. But you always want to be thinking in terms of symmetric. If you're going to be taking a trade, you want an asymmetric opportunity where you're going to be able to risk this much to make this much. Always be thinking in that regard. Now, again, if you're a scalper, some people that trade in a very short time frame are only looking for a 1-to-1 and reward over risk, but they're counting on being right a lot more than they're wrong. And if you can do that, God bless you. It's just too much energy for me. But if you can do that, then you continue to do that. You find something that works, whether it's a shorter time frame trade looking to be right more often, or if it's a little bit of a longer time frame trade, always look for those bigger opportunities for reward than the risk you have to take to get into the trade to begin with. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Gregory has a question here. Everyone calls me GG. Hello, GG. So he's here to be the best trader he can be. In order to do what he wants to learn from the best and from many trading failures. Okay. The pairs I usually trade are indices. Well, my question is risk management. I was a scalper, but I'm thinking I need a reset. So I'm here from the beginning. I study 3 hours a day, yet I'm all over the place. So my question is really, where do I start to actually pass an active account? Thank you. Well, Gregory, we don't really get a lot about your history, about your knowledge and experience in trading from the question. The fact that you say you trade pairs tells me you come from Forex, which I'm glad you're coming to futures from Forex. It's a much more pure market. as a scalper, I mean, risk management is more like I was mentioning, probably more about being right a lot more often in a shorter time frame. And in a shorter time frame, you may be able to be right more often. Again, it's not really my bag, but studying 3 hours a day. What are you studying? Are you studying charts? Are you studying market profile? Are you studying Bollinger Bands? You got to be careful when you're saying I'm going to study 3 hours a day, because you can stare at charts for 3 hours a day and learn absolutely nothing. Sometimes I feel like if I just stare at the charts long enough, they're going to talk to me, but that just doesn't happen. It's almost like sticking a book under your pillow and expecting to read it overnight. So you need purposeful practice. You need accountability for the things that you're learning and the things that you're practicing. For me to pick one or two things to put you on the right path is something that I just don't think that anybody can do. Calm down, watch the market prep, learn about market profile, go to our YouTube page and read the masterclass of market profile, and then go ahead and get the book Mind Over Markets. It's right here. It's always on my desk. It's like a reference for me. This book, Gigi and everybody, was instrumental in my ability to be a survivor for as long as I am in trading. It changed the way I looked at markets. It told me how markets really work. It told me what markets really are. And in just reading the first 100 pages, it's changed, I think, a lot of people's ability to recognize the context of the market and to be able to use that in order to find their way. It's such an individual sport. There's nobody that you're really competing directly with, but you always feel the competition from the other participants in the market. They're trading in different time frames with different decision-making processes and motivations. It's the auction process, and the auction process is explained so well in that book that, even if you're not going to be using market profile, volume profile, anything like that, I always suggest that people read that book, because to me, that told me what markets really are and how they work. They are never-ending, two-sided auctions that occur in multiple, if not infinite, time frames. Price is always going to find equilibrium where buyers and sellers are willing to transact business, but that perception of value can change, and it can change very quickly. So you get a market that's going to rotate higher until buyers won't buy it anymore. That's going to attract sellers. Sellers are going to take over. The upside auction is going to end. A new downside auction is going to begin, and price will auction lower until sellers won't sell it anymore, attracting buyers, and buyers will bring price back up to the center or to equilibrium or to where buyers and sellers can meet freely. And that is kind of represented in the profile graphic. But it doesn't just happen in a 30-minute time frame. It happens in a 30-second, a 1 minute, a 5 minute, a 10 minute, a 15 minute, a 30 minute, an hourly, a daily, a weekly, a monthly, and a yearly chart. All of those are part of the auction process in their time frame. So, the gentleman that I answered the question before, who comes from swing trading and is probably looking at a longer time frame charts, if you're successful at swing trading, you use those same tools to get into day trading and, manage your risk, manage your expectations. But because you're looking at similar things on a daily chart and basically the auction process, but just in a different time frame, you can, hopefully be able to relate longer time frame opportunities in swing to shorter time frame opportunities in day trading. So, Gigi, take your time, enjoy the process, because if you don't enjoy the process, it's something like, if I didn't, when I was younger, if I didn't like it, I probably wasn't going to do it. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to get into trading on the trading floor, and it was fun and it was interesting, and all of those things kind of contributed to to my eventual passion for trading. And when I say passion for trading, you got to be careful with that, because I've had a lot of people say, I'm so passionate about trading. What is your passion about? Is your passion about the action of getting in, getting out, the execution, having the risk on? If your passion is about that, try and change that passion to a passion for understanding how markets work. And I'm sure Jared would appreciate me saying, understanding how you work. The mental game of trading is more than half of what you're going to need to get a hold of to be consistent, profitable over time. I mean, I've been at this for 30 years. I have been to the mountain. I have been into the valley. I have so many experiences of profit and loss and good times and bad times. And I'm still here. It's still something that I'm learning, I'm improving, and I'm hopefully improving. I don't know about lately, but I'm improving. And there is no target. There is no end to this journey. There is no, I've got it now, I don't have to do the work anymore. There's no destination in trading. If you're trading, you're always going to be learning. You're always going to be changing. Markets are always changing. Once you do find the right answer, the markets are going to change the questions. It is a lifelong opportunity for us to continue to learn and grow and get better and take profits and take losses and have a lot of fun and experience some heartache. And if you think about it, the journey of trading is similar to being on a roller coaster. Okay. Roller coaster is, you're going up and up and up and it's exciting. And then all of a sudden you have this big drop and you go up and down and you go around corners and you go upside down and it's crazy. But that's where the fun is. If you're not in trading, if you're working a job your whole life or something like that, it's like being on the Ferris wheel. It just kind of goes up and goes around. And you know what to expect most of the time, and very little change occurs, and you just kind of go around and around. I like the roller coaster. It's more exciting. It's more fun. And, believe me, I feel like there have been a couple of times I've been thrown off the roller coaster, but I came back. I've quit 1,000 times. But I always came back the next day. When I was working at a prop firm, I'd go up to the office at the end of the day and say, I quit. I can't do it. I'd hang up my jacket. And I'd come back the next day and do it again and do it again. It became a joke. I'd walk into the office and they'd say, okay, we know you quit. We'll see you tomorrow. And it's that kind of thing, right?
What's up, Hoag?
Yes. Hey, what's up, Jack?
I've been brought in. Here to announce the winners for the top quiz today.
Awesome.
Yeah. So here they are. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing here. Oh, I can't see them right now. I have so many screens open. You want to read them off, Hoag?
Sure. We have K1, Kevin C, Zeb, Roy 9902, AHZ, RH, that might be my brother, Rick Hoagland. BP, Danik, Belligerent, and Fabergé 434.
Fabergé, indeed. I like the robot voice. Great.
I do?
Oh, I do.
Oh, okay.
I'll sign off now. They're your winners. I'll look at you tonight.
Jack says, they're your winners. Thanks a lot. We'll see you soon. All right. Okay. Where was I? All right. Let's go back to... okay. Dickie has a question. He's from across the pond, like D. Can you fill us in on options expiration and futures moving around the strike price? If it makes any difference to futures, does it? Yes, it does. There are a number of people that watch TopstepTV and that watch like Make Hoag Money and and the market prep when we were doing those, who were kind of talking about that. And we also have Anne-Marie Band, who is also very tuned in to high open interest option pricing that can have an effect on futures pricing. Of course, they are related and they can have an effect on each other. I am not the expert on this. However, I'm going to see if we can't get Anne Marie, who may actually be here, back for a session of power players about this very subject. I need to know more about it. So this is a really good question. Option strike open interest effects. Okay, Anne-Marie, if you're here, you know what I'm talking about. And if you are not, I will be emailing you shortly, because I think that you would be a fantastic person to discuss this with us and for us. So if you are not here or are, I will let you know. And Anne-Marie Band is another trader and friend that also has a book called The Trading Book. Another great book, another one of my favorite trading books. And we'll see if we can't get Anne-Marie on here to talk about the options and how the certain strike prices can affect the pricing in futures. Dogan has a question about Delta. How can I use it intraday? He's got a kind of a picture here of a day here. This is NASDAQ. I know it's going to be very difficult to see, but the market opens and breaks. He's wondering, how can he use cumulative delta, or how can he use delta for opportunities? Now, he says, delta is moving lower, but volume is not. Okay, so while they're directly related, I think that there is another thing that we're going to kind of focus on here to answer your question. When I look at delta, I want to see delta moving opposite price. Opposite price. We had an example a couple of weeks ago when we had gold rally $200, and every day delta was negative. Price continued to move higher. So what I'm looking at in delta is the ability to perhaps see if there's longer time frame traders involved in a particular session. Now, I don't have anything set up here. And we're going to see if we can't find a divergence here. See, I have to get set up for this, and I apologize. It was away over the weekend. I didn't have a chance to really look at these emails until just before the session here. But when price moves higher and delta decreases in value, that's a divergence. That is something that can tell me that there's something wrong, right? So let's say on this day in the S&P and I'm just using this as an example, delta started flat here, and by the time we got here, delta was increasing in negativity. It was a negative number and continues to go negative. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that's what the case was here. That means that the shorter time frame traders who use market orders to enter into positions are using sell market orders. And normally you would think that would make price move lower. Aggressive traders hitting the bid would move price lower. But when it doesn't, that can be something that can tell us that there's a longer time frame presence in the market, placing orders, placing bids, and just replenishing those bids because price continues to push higher, even though the more aggressive traders, the market order sellers, are pushing against price. So I will kind of look for a really good example of that in coming days. And whether you're watching Topstep TV or during group coaching or whenever I get the chance, I will show you a really good example of that. I'm going to have to go back here in time here. Hang on a second. Dad wisdoms. We just looked at a situation where this was the case. See if I can get to it here. Okay. This was that situation in gold. 1821. Delta negative. Price moving higher. 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 Delta negative. This was a stark example over a long period of time of how open interest continued to increase, price continued to move higher, and the shorter time frame traders just got smoked all the way up. Okay. All right. Let's get back to what we were doing here. And I will look for an opportunity, and sometimes we'll even be able to see these in real time, but not today. Okay. So the delta, the explanation that you're seeing, that you're showing on your email was delta congruent. Okay. There's not much to glean from that other than the fact that you may have either short time frame traders or a longer time or multiple time frames working in the same direction. The price opened, the cumulative line was here. Price pushes lower, delta continues to decrease in positivity and even turn negative, but that's congruent. That's not as useful as if price opened here, drove lower, and delta continued to push higher. That would indicate a longer time frame presence of sellers. Okay, so I apologize if I wasn't able to get too clear on that question. Really want to try and get everybody to watch the fireworks today at 1:00. Okay, Aman is new to the dome and can't seem to understand how the coaches use the depth of market, use the dome. Are you able to go over an interview of the dome? Yes, I can, but I don't use the dome in a lot the same way that Michael does. And I'm going to use a different dome here because I think it's an easier read, if you will. Okay, so here's the S&P dome. These are all actual orders to buy below price. These are actual orders to sell above price. We're coming into an important number coming out. We're probably going to see these numbers diminish as the closer to 1:00 we get. The market is going to become very thin. Reading the dome is something that takes a long time to understand, and the only time really that I read the dome is when I'm looking at a breakout type of situation, when I'm expecting a price when it's achieved to create a big reaction. So trying to think of the best way to do this, because right now, there's really not going to be a lot in these domes. Aman, I'm hoping that you are going to be able to watch Topstep TV. Because there's going to come a time and there's going to come a day when I will be focusing on the dome to see if I can get any information from it. So what I'm looking for is, let's say we get to we extend the range in the regular time frame in the regular session. Okay, maybe it's at an important inflection level where that's going to happen. Hang on a second. Maybe it's at an important inflection level that's going to happen. So if we do break out the high of this previous regular trading hour session range, I think there's a chance that it's going to, number one, run a whole bunch of stops, and it's going to attract new buying. Okay, so when the market breaks out above it and we run the stops, I'm already going to be long. I'm going to have a stop in. But if the market dies, if the dome quiets down, and it doesn't look like anybody really cares that price is up there, I'm probably not going to stay in that trade. Now, it's an art form, but so much about trading is an art form. So, there will be examples where we're going to be kind of talking about that, and apologize if I wasn't able to be very clear about looking at the dome. I mean, like everything, sometimes things work, sometimes they don't work. It's all in our ability to take the opportunity, manage the risk, and then manage the profit. It's a very difficult thing to do what we're trying to do here, and I know you guys all know this. Kotluhan. I hope that I'm not ripping that name up too much, but I hope things are going well. All right, I enter trades after my setup candle is closed, but you guys are entering prices with the candles are still running, and say I just went long out of nothing. He's talking about on TopstepTV. Is that experience and some feeling you have? Well, for Michael, it's definitely a feeling. It's definitely something that he sees in the dome. It's definitely something that he is sensing, because he's looking for opportunities to make shorter term profits than usually I am. But when you're talking about having a candle close, are you talking about a 1 minute, a 5 minute, a 15 minute, a 30 minute, or an hourly candle? Like we always say, there's a million ways to I hate the term, but there's a million ways to skin a cat. There's a million ways to find ways to take little profits in here. So, if it seems like Michael is just getting into trades just out of nothing, I don't think that that's true. I think that Michael is he's very good at reading the dome. I mean, he's been putting up profits, 4 out of 5 days for the last 6 weeks. That we've all been able to watch him. He's a good trader. He's good at reading the dome. And if it seems like there is no reason why he's taking the trade, we have to ask him. I know he's been taking trades against low volume nodes, especially on directional days. He's found some good success with that, and it's always good to see. So, experience is never going to hurt, Kat. Never going to hurt. And, he has a lot of it. We all have a lot of it. So, when you feel like he's getting a trade, or I'm getting in a trade or out of a trade for no reason, call us out on it. It's not we're going short or long on nothing. Sometimes it is feeling, especially for Michael. I appreciate the question and the email and you being here if you're here, and appreciate everything. Okay, let's see what we've got here. All right, I'm going to kind of call this here in about 5 minutes. I'm going to go from the bottom up. Dome trading is super visual. Do you think having too many setups makes you less profitable? Well, I kind of default to what Jared was talking about. I mean, you're going to have your A setups, your B setups, and your C setups. If you're that specific and to call something a setup, you should probably be looking at, is this a setup that proves profitable most of the time, some of the time, or none of the time? A, B, C. A, B, C. It's not a bad idea, Danny. coaching session focused on price action. And there's lots of different price action tools. There's Jigsaw, there's Bookmap, there's lots of different tools to help you recognize opportunity as far as price action is concerned. Speaking of price action, looks like Michael's back in the market here. He's up $900 right now. Brian, I cannot give you access to the Trading View volume profile indicator. I did not code it. Maybe that's something that we can make available at some point in the future, and I will let them know. Hey, Rick is here. Will, missing Rick on Make Hoag Money. I miss it too. Maybe that's something we can kind of bring back at some point here. I kind of like that idea. Phil, you probably have level 1 data if you're not seeing the order flow past the first bid and offer. Contact support. There is a fee for it. The exchange charges us. We don't upsell it at all. So it's a direct pass through to the exchange if you want the level 2 information, the level 2 data. I don't know that there is an indicator that maps the price times delta divergence. One of the platforms that I look at doesn't even have a graph for delta. It's just a number. So, a question on how do you see delta? So, this is the Tiki cumulative delta line. You'll find it here. You have to go to Explore Community Indicators, and then you scroll down till you see Tiki cumulative delta line, cumulative delta. There it is. So you install it, and then it comes up in your indicators under Tiki tools. There it is, cumulative delta line. All right. So if I click on that, now that's just going to keep cumulative delta to a point in history where the beginning of this chart starts. But I can do it on a day time frame, and we'll see if it's correct. Yes, it is correct today. So you want to go chart, and you want to go, instead of session, no, you want to go session. You want it to start a half hour early. Wait a minute. Okay. I just added another one. I apologize here. Hang on 1 second. And bam. Okay. So here it is. So 8 o'clock session, 8 a.m., half hour before, and then you want it on session, not chart, session. Start time, start minute, save. So this is telling us right now that the current session delta, which starts at 8:30, you gotta set it at 8 o'clock for some reason. But this is telling us that currently the delta for the day is positive 6,300, and that is pretty correct. It's just about right. I've got another platform that has it a little bit lower than that, but that's okay. Nothing in futures is an exact science. So you can see the delta has kind of gone congruent with direction today. Buyers push price up, sellers have pushed price back down. There's no divergence here. No divergence. But that's how you can see session delta on Tradeovate. A lot of platforms do not have delta, something that I would suggest for every platform. All right. All right. So I think we're going to call this a session. I want to give everybody a chance to watch the fireworks here at 1 o'clock when the FOMC information comes out. Thank you very much for joining me. Here's a little bit of dad wisdom for you. And he stole a lot of his wisdoms, but they were so good. He always said, you know what, son, success is never final and failure is never fatal. As long as you just don't give up, you'll be all right. And I think he stole that from actually Winston Churchill. But he was a good man. Thank you very much for joining me today. Look forward to seeing everybody, on Topstep TV tomorrow morning. Enjoy the fireworks this afternoon. Trade well, and we'll see you soon.